Hello. Hello. Dear children, you all are required to maintain utmost discipline. The guests are just arriving. I request all of you to be silent and enjoy the program with all discipline that you are expected to maintain throughout and trying to understand the true essence of the program. This program is meant for you only. So kindly enjoy the program and try to learn the true essence of this entire program. A very good morning to all the distinguished guests. Dear children, I request you all to kindly be seated. Literature is the art of discovering something extraordinary about ordinary people and saying with extraordinary words something extraordinary. Literature is an expression of life in words of truth and beauty, a record of man's spirit, his thoughts, emotions, and aspirations. साहित्य जीवनर एक वैचित्र्यपूर्ण समाहार. साहित्य ही जीवन एवं जीवन ही साहित्य. साहित्य आत्मा की वो संकल्पनात्मक अनुभूति है जिसका संबंध विश्लेषण, विकल्प या विज्ञान से नहीं हो सकता. Esteemed dignitaries of this day, my dear colleagues and loving students, at the outset, I extend a warm greeting to all of you on this eventful day of the first ever on these premises, the Literary Conclave 2020. Before we begin the proceedings of the day, let's all seek the blessings of the Supreme Soul, the ocean of all knowledge and wisdom, by lighting the holy lamp. So may I request our esteemed dignitaries of this day to kindly come upon the stage for the lamp lighting. I request our principal in charge, Madam Indira Bhattacharya, to escort the distinguished guests. Our cabinet members are also requested to escort.
संजाति अग्नौ प्रज्वलिता दीपं दीपा ज्योति नाशयति नमः. या ज्योति ज्ञानम् उदयकारकम् नमामः देवः त्रितापकारकम् नमामः देवः त्रितापकारकम् नमामः देवः त्रितापकारकम्.
Thank you, sirs and madam. I request you all to be here on the stage as we are to express our deep reverence to our esteemed institution through the DAV Gan. I request all the children.
अविरल निर्मल सलिल सदय ज्ञान प्रदायिनी ज्योतिर्मय हो चहु दिशि उद्घोष अभय दिए विजय जय दिए विजय जय प्रबल प्रवाहमयी नित नूतन जीवन दायिनी सदा सनातन वेद प्रणीता परम पुनीता ये धारा अक्षय दिए विजय जय दिए विजय जय दयानंद से प्रेम भक्ति ले हंस राज से त्याग शक्ति ले धर्म भक्ति का राष्ट्र शक्ति का हो दिन मान उदय दिए विजय जय दिए विजय जय सुख समृद्धि इसकी लहरें प्रेम शांति इसके तट ठहरे सघन शांतिमय प्रबल क्रांतिमय लिए अटल निश्चय दिए विजय जय दिए विजय जय.
Thank you, sirs and madam. I request you to kindly take your seats off the stage. At the same time, I take this opportunity to request our beloved academic supervisor and the coordinator of the entire program, Madam Niharika Gantayat, to come up on the stage and offer a formal welcome to the distinguished gathering. Madam, please.
Literature is one of the most interesting and significant expressions of humanity, and books help us travel without moving our feet. Namaskar, and a hearty welcome to all the ignited minds of this august house. My joy knows no bound to place on record the significant day of 14 September 2022, when I stand amidst my esteemed administrative mentors, my very own teachers, and of course, my former and present students here in the overwhelming crowd. With due regards, I welcome the chairpersons of the school, Shri Sarat Chandra Mishra, Chairman, SMC, DAV Public School, Chandrasekharpur, Shri Madan Mohan Panda, Chairman, DAV Public School, Kalinganagar, Dr. K.C. Satpathy, the Regional Director and our Founder Principal of DAV Institutions, Odisha, to this August Assembly of Literary Confluence. With unbound pleasure and pride, I take the honor of welcoming our invited guests of the day, the literatures of the state, my teachers, Dr. Sarat Chandra Satpathy, former Head of Department of English, Utkal University, Dr. Asim Ranjan Parhi, Head of Department English, Utkal University, Shri Dhirendranath Malik, actor, and director. In their absentia, Dr. Himanshu Mahapatra, former head of department, English University, Utkal University, Dr. Gorahari Das, journalist and academician, Shri Vijay Malla, renowned radio artist to the maiden Dav Literature Conclave. I also gladly welcome our illustrious mentors in their absentia, both the Assistant Regional Officers, Dr. Sujata Sahu and Madam Ipsita Das. At the same time, it's my pleasure to welcome our very own Principal in Charge, Madam Indira Bhattacharya, and other respected heads of sister schools, supervisors, and teachers to this literature conclave. I'm extremely happy to have my former students in the capacity of a medical doctor and IT professional, Dr. Santosh Biswal and Madam Mitra Samal, two passionate poets, writers, and orators. I welcome you both to the conclave. I also welcome all the teachers, valued parents, and my dear, dear lovely children. Time unfolds beauty, wonder, and identity to reveal the auspicious tapestry of life. Today, my heart swells with joy to welcome one and all to this enriching sessions of aesthetic merits. I welcome you all from the deep core of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. Every revolution that the history has ever witnessed owes its origin to literature. Literature has not only paved the way, but also showed the seed of reformation, and that is the power of literature. Literature has the power to transform lives, minds, and hearts in its varied forms. So let us have a glimpse of one of the most mesmerizing forms of literature, that is music, which touches the heart and the soul. Where speech ends, it is music that begins. It's the form of that audible art which straightway touches your heart. So let us welcome the school choir to present their melody.
चलते हैं भाषा की साहित्य की ओर।
धन्यवाद प्यारे बच्चों, सही कहा तुमने। चलो चलते हैं भाषा की ओर, हमारी साहित्य की ओर। भाषा हमारी आन है, भाषा हमारी शान है, भाषा हमारी आत्मा है, भाषा हमारी पहचान है। Thank you, dear children, for this wonderful lyric with your melodies. Dear children, in the era of no television or cell phones, children were falling in love with literature. I remember the way my grandfather used to open his treasure box of stories whenever we visited our village. I am sure all my colleagues and all the adults sitting over here, all the distinguished guests, would also agree with me that when no mobile or no television was available, children still have a lot of content to narrate stories, to deliver, and to write on. Why then, in the era of your AI, that is artificial intelligence, and when the internet is flooding with literary contents, why the desire of reading books and stories is getting lost? Perhaps that is the question that have germinated the seed of this literature conclave in the mind of our director, DVCA, Dr. Nisa Pesin. And then this literature conclave was conceptualized in collaboration with DAV United Foundation. And here we are with the first ever literature conclave on our premises, along with all the other DAVs across the nation, observing this one-day program. And the purpose is only to kindle a fire, to instill a love for literature. And to moving forward, I would like to request our esteemed Regional Director and Founder Principal, Dr. Keshav Chandra Satpathy, to come up on the stage, address the gathering, and declare the conclave open. Sir, please.
Namaskar. Good morning, all the dignitaries present here and the dear students. I extend a hearty welcome to all of you. This is the first time we are organizing, the school is organizing the literature conclave, a new idea, new innovations of the DAV College Managing Committee, New Delhi. And I am lucky to say that the chairman of the school is also a man from literature. So how coincident it is. And I remember the day when I was a small student reading in class 9 and 10. When we were getting any novel, and mainly Vibhuti Patnaik's novel, and we are reading, we are not getting time that when that novel will be finished on that particular day. Unless you finish this novel, so sleep was not coming to us, and we are forgetting everything. And also Pratibha Roy, some novels. But nowadays, after the discovery, innovations of these mobile and electronic devices, we forgot the reading. And when during this pandemic, online classes were going on, many of our young friends, those who are sitting to witness this function, are misutilizing the electronics devices and spending their time without any product, without any positive product to them or to society, to their family. So the day when we born, we come out from the womb of our mother, we first started crying. And from that, the literature is started. I am not a man from literature because my subject is a very dry subject, mathematics. So I think after class 11, we have never read any subjects. But still then, I am very happy the school is today organizing this conclave. And first it was initiated at DAV Pokharipur in a very, very nice and organized way. And here, I think the third one, because Kalinganagar also have completed it. So in all these schools in Odisha, we have 60 schools, sir. For your information, Sarath sir and Hirabu and sir. So 57 schools we are now. And in all these schools we will have. And the purpose of this conclave was, because when the director academy, she wrote a book and she wants to inaugurate it, but a launching center where to get, it was difficult for her. But most of the times I have seen somebody with the books goes to the governor house or request the chief minister with 2 to 3 persons, they go and inaugurate. So that's why the idea came that why we will not have a conclave where the students, budding writers, even the parents, even the prolific writers, those who are available in your area, will be invited and their books will be launched and some discussions will be made there and students will be motivated towards the literature. So I will not take much of time. So because I am not the right person to inaugurate this conclave, I will definitely request Mr. Sarath Chandra Mishra, because in his credit so many books are there and his writings were very powerful also, because I have read 2 to 3 books. So as the regional director of Odisha, I request the chairman of the school, who is a befitting person, to inaugurate and declare open this meeting. Thank you. Jai Hind. Vande Utkal Janan.
Thank you so much, sir. I request you to be here when the conclave is getting declared. I extend a hearty welcome to Sir Vijay Malla. Sir, we welcome you to this literature conclave. And at the same time, I request our chairman SMC, Sri Sharath Chandra Mishra, to declare the conclave open. Sir, please.
I declare literature conclave open. Formally open. Professor Satpathy, Professor Padi, Mr. Malik, Mr. Panda, Mr. Vijay Mal. I don't know whether he remembers me, but I remember him pretty well. Dr. Satpathy, teachers, students, friends. I consider it a great pleasure to stand here in a literary conclave, something close to my heart. We are lucky. We are lucky that we have already 4 distinguished literary men among us. 4 more will come. Why this literary festival? Though Dr. Satpathy has explained, another aspect of it is that, as we all know, our studies are becoming science, mathematics oriented. And whatever languages students are taught, the emphasis is more on language than on literature. So students are drifting away from literature. Not many students today read books or acquainted with literature. But literature is the elixir of life. There is no life without literature. And all these literary people, luminaries, they are stars. Between stars and them, the difference is stars shine only in the night, but these people shine all the day. They are our shining examples. They are the brightest people that the society produces. The reason being, a star or an artist or a literary man is immortal. He never dies. He remains in human's heart. I'll give you one example. In the 20th century, one of the tallest literary men of Orissa was Pandit Nilkantha Das. Pandit Nilkantha Das wrote a book, poetry book, Konarko, during the time when he was the topmost political leader of the state and was considered the next chief minister or the prime minister of the state. He gave his book, Konarko, to Dr. Madhavan Singh, another literary giant, to write a foreword. And Madhavan Singh wrote like this. I'll speak in Oriya and they will translate it. Wrote, Pandit Nilakantha Prakutare Pandita, Pakala Pandita. Hindu Pandit Nilakantha Mane Rakhantu, Rajnaitika Nilakantha, Kali Matire Misi Dhuri Heijibe. Hindu Konarka Lekhaka Nilakanthankara Murtyu Nahi, Se Amara. Meaning thereby, Pandit Nilakantha is a real Pandit, a mature Pandit, but he should remember that the political Nilakantha will die. One will become into ashes. But the writer of Konarak, Nilakantha, he will never die. He is immortal. The literary man is immortal. So today we have the benefit of so many literary people. Let us hear them, enjoy them, learn from them, and educate ourselves. There is nothing more to say. Let's get into the action. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We could not have asked for a better opening of our conclave. Very rightly said, writers are immortal. Not only writers, art is immortal. Any form of art, may it be literature, may it be performing art, any form of art is immortal. It immortalizes the artist as well. Literature is a reflection of life in words, in expressions, and in gestures as well. May it be simply a poem recitation, a speech, a story that is told or written, a drama, or a theater. Literature, when added with simple gestures, can create wonders. As teachers of language, we all have witnessed this difference that is created in the classroom even. While reading out a simple text, if the teacher brings a little variation in the voice modulation, even that makes the content easier to understand. Children love to perform the text in forms of dramas in the class. Whenever you ask, could we go for a drama on this chapter? Almost all the hands would be raising that who would perform, who would be the characters. So that is the magic of gestures, voice modulations, intonations added with literature. So here, without further delay, let me invite on stage our very own Cultural Secretary, Ms. Ankita Priyadarshini, to mesmerize all of you with her little expression of art and literature, that is mono acting. Ankita, the stage is yours.
Hello, hi, I'm Ankita Priyadarshini Nayak. I'm here to say you a story. Story, but what story? Yes, the story about Ekalavya. Once upon a time, there lived a boy called Ekalavya. He was the son of a very poor hunter, but he desired to be a student of Guru Dronacharya. But he was not accepted as a student by Guru Dronacharya because he didn't belong to a royal family. After being denied by his Guru, Ekalavya became very sad. But he went to his home, made a statue of Guru Dronacharya and worshipped under it every day. From there only, he started practicing archery. In some days, he became very good at archery. He could even shoot at anyone by listening at the sound. One day, while practicing archery in the jungle, shh, shh, Arjuna found Ekalavya. Arjuna thought, this person is more skillful than me. I should meet this person. Arjuna went to Ekalavya and asked, my friend, can you say me who taught you archery? Ekalavya said, Guru Dronacharya. Arjuna was furious. What? Guru Dronacharya? When did he teach you archery and made you more skillful than me? Then Arjuna went to Guru Dronacharya and asked, my respected Guru, can you say me when did you teach him archery and made him more skillful than me? Guru Dronacharya was also very confused. What? I taught? Whom? When? They both were very confused. To remove this confusion, they both decided to meet Ekalavya. Ekalavya was very happy on that day because his guru was coming to his home. Ekalavya welcomed his guru with great honor. He showed both of them the statue that he had made, under whom he had practiced archery. Then Guru Dronacharya said to Ekalavya, if you are really my student, give me a Guru Dakshina. Guru Dronacharya asked for Ekalavya's right thumb. Ekalavya knew that without the right thumb, he cannot practice archery. But without a second thought, he took out a knife and and gave it to his guru as Guru Dakshina. Thank you and have a glorious day.
Thank you so much, Ankita. The audience was speechless to see your performance. And dear children, there is an artist in each one of you. I'm reminded of the very famous lines of Shakespeare as mentioned in his play As You Like It. The world is a stage and all the men and women are merely players. Yes, there is theater in life and there is life in theater. The moment we enter into this world, we become a part of this theater. We have our entries and exits. We have lived through theater and evolved through theater. Theater is rightly called as the X-ray of the society of its time. Even the NEP 2020 also emphasizes the significance of drama and theater in school curriculum. So, without much delay, let us begin our panel discussion on the role of theater in literature. May it be Shakespeare's Othello, or Munshi Premchand's Godan, or Fakir Mohan Senapati's Chamana Athagunta, literature, when has landed on a stage, has created wonders. So, without further delay, I would take this opportunity to invite our distinguished panelists on stage. To begin with, my own mentor, Dr. Sarat Chandrasekharpur, retired professor, former HOD, Department of English, Utkal University. A distinguished writer, storyteller, brilliantly bilingual, who uses both English and Odia with remarkable ease and elegance, who has been contributing immensely to the editorials of almost all the renowned newspapers. His Odia story collection, as well as his English story collection, Awake and Other Stories, is receiving huge appreciation from the readers. A columnist and a story writer who has been contributing immensely to almost all the journals, newspapers in today's date. So without further delay, I request Sir Sri Sarat Chandrasekharpur to be here on the stage. Our next panelist is none other than Professor Asim Ranjan Pari, HOD, Department of English, Utkal University. Sir Pari had formerly been the Dean, Faculty of Languages Professor and HOD of Department of English at Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh. As an associate of the Indian Institute of Advanced Study, Dr. Pari has been a prominent figure in the field of ELT, translation studies, and children literature. Dr. Pari has been a member of journals and books like Indian English through newspapers. To his credit, recently his publication, an anthology of poems entitled of sons and fathers is receiving huge acclamation across the nation. Sir, it's indeed a pleasure to have your benign presence. I request you to be on the stage. Sir, please. It's indeed an honor to have amongst us today the veteran actor and director Dhirendranath Malik, a prominent figure on Doordarshan and almost all the theatres and stages in the city, better known as Dhira Malik, who has imparted a new age to modern Odia theatre, propelling the state theatre movement. The founder secretary of his group, Satabdira Kalakaro, has been instrumental in the last 3 decades in bringing the renaissance of Odia theatre. His creations like Jivanyasa, Sahasradhara, Chandrasekharpur Prahari are some of the best expressions and creations on stage. More than 150 plays have been staged so far. He is also associated with the National School of Drama, proving his mettle across the nation and producing actors, playwrights, and directors. It's indeed a proud privilege, sir, to have you amongst us. I request you to be on the stage. Next, I would like to invite on stage, though a doctor by profession, but a poet by passion, one of our proud alumni and the moderator of today's panel discussion, Dr. Santosh Biswal, who is presently a healthcare professional in the Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Odisha, and also a bilingual poet. Dr. Biswal has been a part of the international delegation in the World Poet Congress. His poems have been published in prestigious journals, news literary dailies, and magazines. So without delay, let me invite on stage Dr. Santosh Biswal. But before moderating the program, as we have a budding poet and our alumni, so let me take this privilege of requesting him to recite one of its self-composed poems.
Pranam to everybody. After a long time, I'm standing on this podium with this microphone. I really feel privileged. Sanmanya DAV ର ଆଞ୍ଚଳିକ ନିର୍ଦ୍ଦେଶକ ମହୋଦୟ ଶତପତି ସାରଙ୍କ ମୋର ଭୂମିଷ୍ଠ ପ୍ରଣାମ. ଉପସ୍ଥିତ panelists on this dais and off the dais. I will start with the poem. ମୁଁ ଦୁଇ ଗୋଟି କ୍ଷୁଦ୍ର କବିତା ପାଠ କରିବି. ପ୍ରଥମ କବିତାଟି ଇଂରାଜୀରେ ପାଠ କରିବି. সেই ସମାନ କବିତାକୁ ମୁଁ ଅନୁବାଦ କରାଯାଇଛି ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ. ତାର ଅନୁବାଦିତ କବିତା ପାଠ କରିବି. କବିତାର ଶୀର୍ଷକ, title of the poem, Black Stone. Steady still, a black stone of forest, I lie witnessing 1,000 winter. Beside the spring, dead I rest, under the open sky, my shelter. Flora and fauna with heavenly rain, blossoms, flower, and creatures in labor pain. Not even moss grow upon my body. Curse of infertility, Lord, why this cruelty? Penetrates the rays of rising sun, hits my body to a black oven. No creepers climb upon my crest. Lifeless and immobile, dead I rest. Me not a gem as diamond or ruby, to be crafted an ornament for Lord's beauty. To adorn the Lord's crown with shine and glitter is a dream distant altogether. The master of creation, Lord of universe, listen my prayer and remove the curse. Gift me a boon, taking upon pity. Your sculpture be crafted upon my body. I shall stay within you forever. Hope shall sprout and dry never. Thousands of souls shall connect together. Your black sculpture shall heal and smile ever. Your black sculpture shall heal and smile ever. Thank you. সেই সমান কবিতার ওড়িয়া অনুবাদ ମୁଁ କରିଛି. কবিতার শীর্ষক কৃষ্ণ প্রস্তর. অদেখা অলোড়া নির্জীব পরায় বনস্তর কৃষ্ণ প্রস্তর. अनेक निदाघ श्रावण सहीण रहिछि अटल स्थिर प्रभुंक आशीष बरसा पड़िण कुसुमित धरा बक्ष बंध्या बुकुरे अजात शैवाल प्रकृति सते रुक्ष आदित्यर तेज बक्ष भेदिण उत्तप्त करे शरीर मोहरी भुजारे प्राणी चढ़िलेनी सदा कले अनादर नुहे हीरक माणिक्य मुकुता अलंकार की होइबी प्रभुंक कंठरे माला साजिण शोभा मंडन करिबी प्रभु ईश्वर गुहारी करुछि साजी मोर बिंधाणी तुम्भरी प्रतिमा कृष्ण प्रस्तरे निर्माण कर हाणी तुम्भरी प्रतिमा कृष्ण प्रस्तरे निर्माण कर हाणी निर्जीव पाषाण जीवंत होइब पाइण तुम्भ आशीष हृदय मोहर आहे श्रीनिवास सदा करुथिब वास आशार आलोक सहस्र जीवंक हृदय जात हेउथिब कृष्ण प्रस्तरे तुम्भरी प्रतिमा जगत को बांधुथिब कृष्ण प्रस्तरे तुम्भरी प्रतिमा जगत को बांधुथिब धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Dr. Santosh. Truly, you are an example for all the children sitting over here, and you have justified that to have passion for literature, profession doesn't matter. So, dear children, in whichever profession you might be, you can still have the passion for literature. So, it's over to Santosh to begin the panel discussion.
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely plays. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his lifetime plays many parts, his act being 7 ages. Good morning, everybody. I welcome you all to this literary conclave, and on today's topic of discussion, role of theater in literature. To start with, I would like to open the question to all the panelists sitting over here. My first question to the respected members of the panel: what is your personal experience with theater in your life? What is your personal experience of theater in your life? Saurabh sir.
Examination here today with all my examiners before me. Oh no, I wanted to use this platform because all my life I have been in my class, never sat on a chair for a second, any day or any time. And I feel comfortable standing and speaking. I hope you will allow me that privilege. Thank you. Now we are talking about experience of theater in life. 2-3 things come to mind. One is, we do not have much of a theater culture in this city. So maybe most of us are deprived of seeing performance on stage easily. Nowadays, of course, things are coming up. But I had the good fortune of watching theater performance in some of the bigger stages abroad. The most famous stage being Shakespeare's theater in his hometown, Stratford. Again, the new theater which has come up, the Barbican Theatre in London. And also the Globe Theatre after it was reconstructed. So I had the good fortune of watching plays in all these theaters live. I was lucky that way. A lot of people go to England but fail to watch the theater and performance. Now, when you are going to theater, any of you like me or anybody else, you go with a very simple principle that at this point of time, when I enter the theater, I'm going to allow myself what is known as the willing suspension of disbelief. This is for the children to remember, willing suspension of disbelief, which means that I persuade myself to forget my personal identity at this point of time, here and now. I am being transported to the period that is being presented before me on stage. And I'm going to participate in the proceedings that are happening on stage so that you are not conscious of your present stature, but you enter into what is happening before you on stage. There actually you become part of the happenings on stage. You participate there, irrespective of the time and place. It may be Aurangzeb, it may be Elizabeth, it may be Ramchandra, or whatever it is. So what happens there? I'm talking about personal experience of theater that people have. So I have seen actors performing there on stage. The effect of it, I will speak at a later point of time. I have seen in England mixed race actors participating, like colored actors are also there, even if the play is performed in a white country, like in Hamlet, which is being performed in Shakespeare's theater in Stratford. It has also colored actors, and as you like it, as it was performed in the Globe, it also had colored actors. They said that in theater, there is no question of any kind of racism or discrimination. Actor is an actor. That at that point of time, you forget any kind of differences that you might have got in terms of caste, creed, color, country, all kinds of things. So that is what matters. That great feeling of oneness that theater probably gives you. That in life you begin to feel so many things. That is the theater experience. Now, the next point I would like to make is this: that in your own lives, you may not have so many different varieties of experiences that you have on stage. Mind you, I told you at the beginning that you are going to participate in what is happening there with them. If the hero is crying there, you cry with him. Very simple thing. If you are watching film, you enjoy that the hero doing something or heroine doing something, dancing or something. Why? Because you are in essence dancing or crying with the person there on stage. So that is theater experience. That theater gives you multiple feelings, experiences, which you cherish and keep in your mind, and they grow inside you. That in short time, you allow so many experiences to accumulate within yourself to enrich your feeling of life. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. से समान प्रश्न धीर सार को मु करिबी कि तांगे से तो जने अभिनेता जने निर्देशक तेबे तांको निजस्व जीवन रे थिएटर बा रंगमंच केबे प्रवेश होइथिला आ तांकर एई रंगमंच सहित बा थिएटर सहित संपर्क कोन जीवन रो संपर्क कोन आपण सेठी बसी कि माइक्रोफोन रे कहि पाइबे
Namaskar, Jai Jagannath, all dignitaries and teachers and students. Actually, I came to theatre when I was at the age of 9 as a child artist in 1961. I acted in one play, Kangsa Kawata. Then in the high school career, I acted in so many plays. In the Bhadrak College, I was reading. I was the dramatic secretary, and Trilochan Mishra, Dr. Trilochan Mishra was the principal. And there I started my direction. In theatre, actually, I was not knowing anything. I was not reading any theatre, any play or any theory book on direction. Still, by seeing and listening and knowing, by practicing, I started direction dramas in college, Bhadrak College, and nearby villages. And after that, I came to Bhubaneswar in 73. And the Department of Drama opened in Utkal Sangeet Mahavidyalaya in 75. So I took admission in the drama college, in the Utkal Sangeet Mahavidyalaya. And there from 75 to 77, for 2 years, I got my diploma and I could know what is drama. Actually, before that, I was just doing drama without knowing anything, just bluffing. But after that, after reading in the college, I could know really what is drama, what is science in the drama, what is literature in the drama. So after that, I formed my organization Shatabdra Kalakar in 76. Shatabdra Kalakar staged about 150 plays throughout India. One play in 1988, we had been to Festival of India at Russia. Jai Jagannath. The name of the play was Jai Jagannath. It was of duration 45 minutes. So luckily, we were selected by the Government of India, ICCR, and for 62 days, we traveled throughout Russia and we staged 40 shows there. 40 shows. And we were staged it in Odia. We were explaining in English to our interpreter. Our interpreter, they were expressing it in the Russian language. And we staged it 40 shows throughout Russia. And throughout India, suppose say Bombay, Delhi, Calcutta, Guwahati, Lucknow, Hyderabad, Pondicherry, and Ahmedabad. There we have staged our plays. NSD, National School of Drama, is the premier institution, so to say, in the world. It is one of the great institutions of drama. They were organizing festivals once in a year. It is called BRM, Bharat Rang Mahotsav. We have participated in Bharat Rang Mahotsav. It is an international theatre festival. It is once in a year. It was held by National School of Drama, and it is very difficult to get a chance to participate in that festival. But luckily, we were selected 4 times and participated in it at Pondicherry, at Delhi, at Bhubaneswar also. We have staged plays in BRM. And I was also selected as a jury in BRM 4 times. And 8th Olympic was held, 8th Theatre Olympic was held at Bhubaneswar. I was the coordinator of National Sangeet Natak Academy to coordinate in Orissa at Bhubaneswar. So I have got all these chances to be with national and international artists, to interpret, to have a interaction with them, to know about their culture and to ventilate our culture also to them. So about this drama, I have written few words. How this drama, the students should know how this drama came to India, how it is generated in India. ओडिया लिखी नाटक हूँ एक मिश्र कला एथिरे नृत्य संगीत चित्रकला उच्चकोटीर साहित्य थाए जने इंग्लिश नाट्यविद कही थिएटर इज ए लिटरेचर दैट वर्क्स एंड टॉक्स बिफोर आवर आईज समस्त कलार परिपूर्ण ए नाटकर सृष्टि भारतीय नीति अनुजाई प्राय 3000 वर्ष पूर्व होइछ जम्बूद्वीप जहाँ भारत बोलिक एबे कुआ होउछि सेतेबेले विशृंखला सेतेबेले अराजकता देखा देइथिला सेतेबेले जम्बूद्वीप माने भारत रे वर्तमान भारत सेते श्रृंखला फेरी आनिया पई इंद्र जाई कि ब्रह्मा के पाखरे कहिले जे प्रभु एभला विशृंखला देखा देछि आ तेणु केमिति श्रृंखला फेरिबो आपण एमिति गोटे क्रीडार प्रस्तुत करंतु जहा द्वारा लोकमानक भितर शांति फेरी आसियो श्रृंखला फेरी आसियो तेति पई ब्रह्मा पंचम वेद सृष्टि कले सेटा हला नाट्य वेद से नाट्य वेद रे ऋग्वेद रु पाठ्य सामवेद रु साहित्य बा कथा वस्तु सामवेद रु संगीत यजुर्वेद रु अभिनय अथर्ववेद रु रस ग्रहण करी पंचम वेद सृष्टि कले ब्रह्मा एई नाट्य वेद को पंचम वेद सृष्टि कला परे एथिरे साहित्य रहला संगीत रहला अभिनय रहला रस रहला प्रत्येक नाटक रे बा प्रत्येक कथा रे नस न रहिले ताहा स्टिल ले जाए ताक सेटा बेतालिया हे जाए भल लागे तेणु नाटक रे रस थाए चारोटी मुख्य रस थाए करुण रस श्रृंगार रस हास्य रस रुद्र रस यही चारोटी मुख्य रस को नहीं नाटक लेखा हेले ही आमे देखते तेणु रस निश्चित भाव रे थिबो तेणु नाटक किए करिवो तेणु ब्रह्मा इंद्र को कहले आपण दायित्व नियंतु इंद्र मना कले एटू एटा भरत मुनि को दिया गला भरत मुनि सेतोले नाट्य शास्त्र लेखिले एवं एई ब्रह्मांकर एई पंचम वेदरु नाट्य शास्त्र रचना हेछि एटा 3000 वर्षर पुराना वर्तमान नाट्य शास्त्र 5 खंड रे मिलुछि संस्कृत भाषा रे रचित ओडिया रे मध्य ताकू ट्रांसलेशन करा हेछि हम ओडिशा साहित्य एकेडमी रे मिलुछि तेणु ए नाटक सृष्टि नाटक करिवो किए तेणु देवता माने मना कले राक्षस माने मना कले तेणु भरत मुनि तांकर 100 पुत्र को नेकी प्रथम भारतीय नाटक समुद्र मंथन मंचस्थ हला एवं सेटा जेतेबेले सक्सेस हला ता परे नाटक हेछि एवं से इतिहास हम पाखरे नाही किंतु नाट्य शास्त्र हम पाखरे अछि से पुराना नाट्य शास्त्र आमे भी नाटक कॉलेज रे पढिला बेले सेटा पढुतलु
धन्यवाद सर थैंक यू फॉर सच ब्यूटीफुल पीस ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन now I would like to move to Asim sir and ask the same question what is the role of theater in his life
thank you I first want to thank you DAV for giving me this chance to be part of a conclave recently I have been part of 3 DAV conclaves and I personally am very happy because the recipients the target group constitutes students because I have found literary conclaves and literary festivals sometimes getting self-serving. They may be doing things professionally, but then to make it, to give this awareness among students is a great affair. I'm indeed indebted to be part of this. And I'm also fortunate that I'm sharing the dais with my teacher who taught us British and European drama in my MA and who gave a wonderful introduction about British theatre. And then with someone who is into the craft. So and then there are extremely brilliant literary luminaries sitting there. With the chairman also I was interacting and he asked certain very intricate questions. So anyway, when I go back to my experience of theater, I must say I just was a part of the audience and it takes me back to my school days, school drama, in Brahma Baroda, and where as a child I found my father was directing and my uncle Bogishwar Padhi was the Sonia se hitile Kanhu Charan kar Sasti but setebele mu bujhi nathili what is mane durbhiksha kon hela but I remember those spectacles those the way poverty was expressed on stage. I also remember Visarjana boli gote nritya natika heithila joti Abhimanyu Badha was enacted and how the attitude and the experience of all those Saptarathis and Abhimanyu puni Karna Badha so say that has those things are imprinted in my mind and then tikke pore ame dekhiru jatra joti gote din hala gotiye paisa joti gote social awareness is something which appealed both the literate and the illiterate au gote din hochi Ditiya Panipat Yuddha. So Himu Akbar, so giving a kind of historical awareness. And ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଦିନ ହେଇଥିଲା ସମ୍ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ମହାଭାରତ ପୌରାଣିକ ନାଟକ. So that is how I found whether people were matured or quite older or younger, the theater from time immemorial has influenced people for multiple ends. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the take-home message from this question, I would tell, from Sarat sir, we learned that theater is global. It's not racial. So that's what we see. Indonesia being a Muslim-dominated country, they still stage Ramayana on stage. So theater is something global. And the take-home message that I myself learned from Dhira sir, that theater is not just an entertainment, but it's a discipline, it's a science, and thereby sadhana darkar. And the take-home message from Asim sir, that how theater entered his life from his school time, and from that thing, that from the school itself, that theater influenced his life. My question goes to Sarat sir. Sir, do you think theater should be incorporated into the teaching of literature?
This is something probably I have been doing all my life. I'll try to make myself short. Whether theater should be incorporated into school, college, or university curriculum. Now, personally, I'm in favor of that. I believe that it should be. And why, I must tell you that of all the emotions or feelings that a man-child is born with, I personally believe drama is the most natural. I will explain quickly how it is natural. Because it is a child, I think all of you can bear me out, and you are all of us have experienced that, even the older generation has and the younger generation has, that from our very childhood, we always try to say that let us play this. When you are kids, you suddenly want to play certain roles. You become a mama, you become a dog, you become a king. Now let us play police and thief. You become the policeman, you become the thief also. Because assuming roles comes very natural to the man-child. It's a natural instinct that you enjoy being somebody else. That somebody else may be anything. That is why I said there are a lot of other things which I am not going to the details at the moment. But I believe that drama is very natural. Therefore, drama should become a part of your curriculum, and what comes into that, I'll tell you. That when you're incorporating drama, what are you really asking the student to learn? There is a 3M, 3 M's. I think my kids will remember, my young students will remember that. 3 M's. One is the matter. The other is the medium. The third is the manner. Follow? They didn't follow. I'm not saying anything new. What I'm saying is Aristotle has summed it up long ago. He prescribed 6 normative elements for drama. There must be 6 elements in a play. Tragedy or a comedy, I'm not talking right now. What are those things? That 3 of them would be in the category of matter. That is plot, character, and thought. 2 of them should be in medium category. That is diction and song. And the last one that comes in matter, in manner, is spectacle. Now look here. I'll sum it up. I'll make it simpler still. It is what you say. That is the first one. The second one is in which medium, in what form do you say, whether it is spoken words or enacted or kind of thing. And the last one is how you say. That makes all the difference. In other words, when you are incorporating drama into your syllabus, you are telling them something. There must be a story. There must be something, some people enacting it. It is not told. Now, my problem is that I have been a teacher and I have been dealing with printed words all through my life. But I have been deprived of the idea of the theater. But I think Mr. Malik is the specialist in that matter. He's the practical man. That is why if I am Puthi Baigona, he's really Badi Baigona. So he knows it better than, but I deal with the theoretical part of it. And in my classroom, my students will bear me out here. My students means from senior professor to your two teachers are also there. So they will bear me out. And I had to try all the ways to enact it before you. Things are not spoken only. They are enacted. It is here and now happening. I told you in the initial stage that you allow yourself to believe that these things are not happening elsewhere. They are happening before me and I'm part of it. That is how those things come into that. Now the next is, I'm trying to make it really short because there is no time, no occasion for that also. And then there is language and song, music, language and song. Now, I'll give one or two small examples about how language and acting performance can change a lot of things, like the manner you present. I'll give you a very common, ordinary example. Okay? And another very serious example also. Those who are familiar with Shakespeare's King Lear, there's a storm scene. I think the senior people, my students and teachers can bear you out. In that storm scene, there is an old man, old king, who is troubled in life, and he's out in the storm alone in the heat and shouting at, you pour it on me as much as you like. I don't care. I am not affected by the natural calamities or thunder or lightning or anything like that. Now look, this speech can be enacted in many ways. Probably, I'll just give a small example. Like somebody is standing there and saying, how this is one. There is another man who says, how now look here, these two things bring out hell of a difference between the two persons, two characters. The way you speak makes all the difference. I'll give you still very common example, which is probably now prevalent amongst the kids and young people. I have probably written it in one of my articles, in fact. So that's a very small sentence. Chi tume bada dusta. Very familiar sentence. I think you are very naughty. That's the English translation. Okay. Now, if your teacher tells you this in the classroom, this is your scolding. Okay. Suppose your boyfriend or girlfriend tells you. Why do you laugh? Because the meaning changes. The words remain the same. Words are the same. But the meaning changes. And it still keeps changing. If your chairman, sir, who is like an elder brother to me, if he tells me, you are naughty, I will know that is a moral chastising for me. Look here. I think Hiran can bear me out. It's how you say that makes a difference. Where you say that makes a difference. Who says it makes a difference. Words are dumb. Words, printed words are meaningless. You infuse meaning into it. You give it life. That is precisely what theater does to the lifeless words printed on the page of a book. Because how you interpret that? What kind of meaning you can convey? I will give another small example. Re Atman Nidra Parihari. Most of you heard of this very famous song, Re Atman Nidra Parihari. Now, if I ask you what is the meaning of the Re Atman Nidra Parihari, I'm sure most of you English speaking students will look for a dictionary because you don't know the words or meaning. And if this is prescribed for you in the examination, then you will probably make a lot of efforts to commit the whole meaning into memory so that you write and get good answers, right? That's what probably you'll be doing. But the question is, as you grow older in life, in age, in experience, these words, when somebody else speaks somewhere, when you hear that, yes, I heard it in childhood, but the meaning has changed. It probably gives a kind of a spiritual insight into the thing of things, the mystery of things. So note here, what I wanted to tell you this, that why should literature be incorporated, drama should be incorporated into teaching? Because through enacting, through drama, you add more and more meaning and dimension to the words, and thereby you expose the students to the variety of experiences, to the multiple experiences as I was talking about. Therefore, there are so many things. I will not stand on the way of my other co-speakers. So there are so many things you can always incorporate. And I think I have been teaching drama all through my life, so I can never say that it should not be. It should be incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tell me and I will forget. Show me, I will remember. Involve me, I will understand. And a great message from sir regarding matter, medium, and manner. This question is an extension from the previous question to Asim sir. Sir, how relevant is theatre in improving communication skills in teaching process of school children?
Thank you. In fact, when I was answering to the first question, I made it pretty clear. I mean, that could be a complement to this answer that will follow. That as a literate or even as a child, when we were exposed to a school drama which talks about a famine on one day, and it talks about historical sense by talking about second Panipat Yuddha, and on the other day about Purana, talking about myth, Sampurna Mahabharata in one day. So beyond the curriculum, it influences because it somehow it talks about dialogue, it shows spectacle, it influences the sensibility of diverse people, maybe students, maybe teachers, teachers of the school who are enacting, and people who may be commoners. I mean, one not associated with the whole curriculum. What is after all communication? It's a drama or a theater is a kind of extension of the self in constant conversation. That is what is happening. Even in narrative words, a dramatic performance always goes on. So one is always in a state of talking to the other. It's always dialogic. And communication relies on that. Communication relies on a dialogic narrative. It requires 2 people or 5 people to communicate with each other comfortably. And dramatic performance, or as you say, in the curriculum, if something, as sir said, if something is enacted, it makes an impact. And when it is enacted, depending upon, of course, the stage, like what kind of drama to be prescribed for a school level, or how Lear is prescribed for the masters, and how that terms in may have to be taught differently at different stages, that matters. But then, of course, while we discuss texts of communication, we say data is taken from media, data is taken from different forms of print and electronic media. Similarly, these dialogues or dramatic dialogues, like fair is foul and foul is fair. So this sort of proverbial narratives, anecdotes, would always be beneficial to develop the communicative skill of the learners, how to make their communication rhetorical, persuasive. Therein, definitely, drama has a big role to play. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My next question to Dhira sir. Sir, how do you perceive the change in performing arts? आपण तो बहुत समय धरी किनी रंगमंच सहित जड़ित आगर
It just comes to my mind that I think I can say a bit about the answer my dear student is providing. I can add a little bit to that, I suppose, about communication. communication, because communication is a very interesting topic in modern world. But it's how you say that makes all the difference. As I was giving you the demonstration with that 2-3 words, something more. Communication skill is how you communicate one idea, a feeling, an experience, a thought to the other person, maybe and to an individual, maybe to a group, maybe to a country. Even words sometimes, in diplomatic parlance, the language sometimes matters very much. A single word can make a difference, make or break the relationship between countries. So that's quite very interesting topic. Now, in theater, I think I'm entering the area of Dhiren Babu, and he will probably help me there. Communication comes through a lot of things, like action is one most interesting aspect of your communication skill. Those who are going to the institute and paying money to read communication skill, they are taught how to dress, what not to wear. Even you are taught how to shake hand. Shaking hand is not an easy job. If there is no time to demonstrate that, it's not an easy job. It can show you how much love you convey to the other person. Silence can be also very pregnant form of communication. And in theater, he can certainly bear me out. How you enter, where you stand, how much silence you follow, what are the steps you are taking, in what way you are making a movement, that makes all the difference to the meaning of the play or whatever you are performing on stage. I'll give you a very small instance, and from some film which I saw a long time ago. Imagine a club scene. Imagine a club scene where the dance is going on. A lot of people are there drinking, smoking, talking, participating in things. They are not very interested in looking at the performance of the girl who is standing there. Okay? What happens? The girl also, the eyes, nobody is saying anything. Her eyes scan the audience and says, nobody is really interested in what I am doing here. She does a very interesting thing. Think of, she is wearing a long skirt. Okay, so totally covered from head to foot. What she does during the course of her dancing around, she just lifts the corner of the skirt half an inch from her feet and then drops it. Then goes on dancing. Somebody in the audience who was drinking there and sitting and watching, says, what's happening there? Then she goes another round, again lifts it another inch, not more than an inch. Lifts it another inch and then drops it. Again goes on dancing. Then the person who was drinking there, his partner sitting on the bench, or the opposite side, says, that man is again curiously looking, is anything happening more there, with curiosity. So he's looking there and his partner looks at him and says, and finds that he's looking somewhere. So he also starts looking the other way. What is happening there? The girl is observing, the dancer is observing what is happening. After some time, the entire hall, the audience and the people sitting there are watching the dancer. Dancer is no longer lifting the skirt even half an inch. She has worn it. She has won the day. She has drawn the attention of everybody in the audience. That is action. That is communication skill. I gave you an example. There are so many variations. So I think I just tried to supplement Asim's answer. And sorry if I intruded into Dhiren Babu's world.
Not an issue at all, sir. So beautiful message from sir regarding the context of communication. I would like to add, there were two people, Lord Rama and Ravana, both were great devotees of Lord Shiva. Lord Rama wrote Namami Shamisana Nirvana Rupam, whereas Ravana wrote Rudra Sivatandava Dhamak 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 Lalata Pattapavaki. Just from listening to these lines, you can tell which was written by Rama and which was written by Ravana. The power of words and the communication skills, how they influenced the character of a person. Now coming to Dhira sir, apanଙ୍କର ତ बहु वर्षर अनुभव रंगमंच विगत दिन रंगमंच आज रंगमंच विगत दिन केते आदृत होउथला एवं रंगमंच आज केते आदृत होउची सो हाउ डू यू परसीव द चेंजेस इन परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स
आमर प्रथम ओडिया नाटक होउची बाबाजी 1877 मसीह लेखा होता से ओडिया भाषा भी बहुत कम थिला आउ फकीरमोहन को लेखा हमर ये जो बाबाजी नाटक जगनमोहन लाला का लेखा आउ जगन्नाथ पाणीकर गीतिनाट्य वैष्णव पाणीकर गीतिनाट्य सेतेबेले ओडिया भाषा साहित्य को बहुत समृद्ध करथिला एवं चारियाडे यार प्रचार प्रसार चलीथिला 1936 मसीह रे अन्नपूर्णा थिएटर पुरी रे हला 1939 रु 1970 पर्यंत आमर पुरी अन्नपूर्णा ए कटक रे अन्नपूर्णा बी ओडिशा थिएटर्स कलाश्री थिएटर्स एकाम्र थिएटर आमर भुवनेश्वर रे कमल लोचन महांती ओडिशा थिएटर काली बाबूंकर ये थिएटर गुड़ी जिते चलला से आम 1939 रु 1970 को आम नाटकर सुवर्ण जुग बोली कहूलु से नाट्यकार माने जमती कार्तिक घोष अश्विनी कुमार घोष व्योमकेश त्रिपाठी कालीचरण कविचंद्र कालीचरण पट्टनायक कमल लोचन महांती ये मानकर नाटक से बहु परिमाण रे बहु मात्रा रे अन्नपूर्णा जनता अन्नपूर्णा बी आउ कलाश्री थिएटर ओडिशा थिएटर एम सब थिएटर रे चलुला एवं शह शह राति चलुला काली बाबूंकर भात नाटक सी 108 राति एकादिक्रमे चलीथिला लोक सेतेबेले शगड़े आसुले नाटक देखिबा पई सेतेबेले से नाटक समाज आमर सामाजिक अवस्था ताकू प्रतिफलन करुवा संगे संगे आमर भाषा साहित्य को मध्य प्रतिफलन करुला तापरे परे नाटक रे परिवर्तन आसला सामाजिक परिवर्तन आसला मनोरंजन दास विजय मिश्र आमर विश्वजित दास ता परवर्ती पीढ़ी हेले रतिरंजन मिश्र रणजीत पट्टनायक प्रमोद त्रिपाठी ये नहांती एबे शंकर त्रिपाठी बोली जन अच्छा सी भल नाटक लेखुंट एवं समसामयिक नाटक लेखुंट नाटक परिवर्तन आसी आगुरी जो नाटक 2.5 घंटा 3 घंटा थिला एबे नाटक 1.5 घंटा रु 2 घंटा बेसी समय लोक बसवा को चाहूना किंतु नाटक 1.5 घंटा रु 2 घंटा भितर होची लोक ताकू उपभोग करुचंदी आगुरी जेमिति 1980 मसीहा पर्यंत प्रोफेशनल थिएटर चलीथिला ओडिशार घरे घरे लोक जाइकी नाटक देखुतिले से माने वर्तमान जेमिति ऑपेरा चारिआडे बुली बुली की नाटक करूची ऑपेरा रे गोटे गोटे पैंडल अच्छी सेटा जेमिति भुवनेश्वर रे कटक रे संबलपुर रे बलांगीर रे कलिकता रे छत्तीसगढ़ रे मध्य अच्छी एवं चारिआडे तांकर पेंडल अच्छी सेठी गोटे गोटे ऑर्गेनाइजर अछंती से माने तांकू पेंडल देबे आउ इलेक्ट्रिक लाइन दे देबे प्रोटेक्शन देबे गंडगोल जेमिति न हबो सेठी जाई से माने यात्रा करिवे सेठी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हेता जे 30% हमरो 70% तमरो 30% जहाँ बिक्री हम 100 टंकार 30 टंका आमर 70 टंका तमर यही चारिआडे बर्तमान ऑपेरा चली आगुरी से थिएटर चलुला थिएटर सारा ओडिशा रे एवं से कलिकता रे चलुला छत्तीसगढ़ चलुला पाख राज्य मानक आमर जो ओडिया बसवासी अच्छा से थिएटर चलता बर्तमान अवश्य आम ग्रुप थिएटर हो गला ग्रुप थिएटर बोले जे बर्तमान कमिटेड ग्रुप थिएटर से माने भल नाटक एवं सेमानकर बेसी वामपंथी दर्शन नाटक समाज को परिवर्तन करुवार नाटक से आइडियोलॉजी नहीं कि बेसी नाटक मंचस्थ होउची पारिवारिक नाटक होउची सामाजिक नाटक होउची तारी भितरे सब बेले रहुची गोटे वाम दर्शन जेमिति गोटे बांछार बगीचा नाटक मु कहबी सेतिरे गोटे चासी सी गोटे बगीचा तैयारी करिछि एवं से अति फल फूल सुंदर भाव में बगीचा पोखरी अच्छी ताकू गोटे जमीदार सब नबाकू चाहूँ एवं एइटी जे have and have not भितर एठी रहउची कॉन्फ्लिक्ट टा जे यार किछि नै से बगीचाटे नै से चलुची किंतु जमीदार बहुत इच्छा रहिछि एवं ता सहित गोटे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करिछि बांछार बयस होची 95 जे तू जते दिन बंचिचु मासकु 200 टंका पाई मरी गला पर बगीचाटा मोर हो तार आउ केही ना 200 टंका रे से राजी हेछि ओ गोटे डिस्टेंट रे गोटे नाती आसी की पहुंची एवं से 200 टंका रे ताकू अंडा ये क्षीर ये सब देई की खोई पेगी ताकू स्ट्रांग कर देछि जे माटी चलथुला से ठिया की चलुची धीरे धीरे जमीदार देखुची जे बांछा कोन धीरे धीरे सबल हे गलानी एवं से हार्ट अटैक रे मरि जाउची शेषरे तार जमीदार रो मृत्यु घटुची एवं एइटी वामपंथी जय घटुची एवं सेमाने दृढ़ इच्छा बल रे से जय करि परछथि ए भलिया गोटे नाटक ए भलिया बहुत प्रकार नाटक अछि एटा गोटे भारी कालजयी नाटक एटा मनोज मित्रंकर लेखा उड़िया रे आमे याकू करि सालुनी 170 राति करि सालुनी सारा ओडिसा रे एणु ओ कहया कथा होची नाटक समाज रे परिवर्तन आनी पारे समाज रे विप्लव आनी पारे यार दुईटी धार दुई ब्लेड रो जेमति दीटा धार यार सेमति का नाटक समाज को अधोगति देई पारे एवं समाज रो अधोगति आनी पारे नले या उन्नतिर चरम सोपान ने पहुंचे दे पारे तेणु एई भली भाव रे वर्तमान बेसी मात्रा रे हमर गल्प आउ उपन्यास जेमति 6 माण 8 गुंडू नाटक हेछि लछमा नाटक हेछि गौरहरि बाबू आसबार थला गौरहरि बाबूंकर 3टा गप घर फुलनोल अहल्यार बाहागर आमे ताको नाटक करिचु सेबला सहदेव साहूंकर मालखाना आउ श्रीमती को चापता को नाटक करिचु तेणु वर्तमान साहित्य कृति मध्य नाटक रे परिणत होउची बहुत मात्रा रे मनोज दासंकर नाटक जे उपन्यास चंद्रालोकर प्रहरी कनक उपत्यकार कहानी एवं व्याघ्रारोहण एगुड़िक मध्य आमे नाटक करिक मंचस्थ करिचु तेणु वर्तमान उपन्यास गल्प नाटक सहित जोड़ी हो जाइछि एवं नाटक समृद्धि घटी सब गीत नाच साहित्य रे ये एक समृद्ध गोटे लिटरेचर तेणु नाटकर ये जो उन्नति वर्तमान धीरे धीरे आगु को चली ये कम हबार नहीं ग्रुप थिएटर सारा भारत रे ग्रुप थिएटर एक होइचंदी सारा भारत रे नाटक चली ओडिशा रे आउ गोटे कथा मु कहूची पिला माने भी जानि तांतु हमर ओडिशा रे गोटे नाट्य संघ अछि सीए सरकार सहित कही कि आमर मासकु 4टी नाटक रेगुलर होउची भंजकला मंडप रे 3 दिन नाटक होउची 1 2 3 तारिख रविंद्र मंडप रे सेकंड संडे रे गोटे नाटक होउची तेणु 4टी नाटक होउची आम भितरे जो दक्षिण ओडिशा उत्तर ओडिशा पश्चिम ओडिशा भेदभाव थिला सेटा ए नाटक होबा द्वारा दूर होई परिछि समस्ते आसिकी वर्तमान आमर एठी मंच रे नाटक करूचंदी संबलपुर रु भवानीपाटना रु कलाहांडी रु कोरापुट रु बरमपुर रु एपटे बालेश्वर रु सेपटे पारादीप रु राउरकेला रु सब नाटक कला बरगढ़ रु ये सब नाटक कला परे आम भीतर गोटे इंटरेक्शन होउची एवं धीरे धीरे सेटा जो व्यवधान थिला आम भीतर सेटा दूर हो जाउची नाटक एटा वर्तमान करि पारिछि थैंक यू
धन्यवाद सर थ्रू हमें जानिले theater is a very powerful instrument for social mobilization. It can enhance the quality of a society or it can deteriorate it, and theater unites. ए प्रसंग रे प्रश्न आगु को पड़िबो ए प्रश्न हमर उभय धीर सर को एवं शरद सर को how do you value self control and discipline in a collaborative art like theater? This question is to both Dhira sir and Sarath sir. To start with Sarath sir, I would like you to answer this question.
This is actually, I believe, it's meant for Mr. Malik, because as I told you that if I am Puthi Baigana, he is Badi Baigana. I mean, he's a real theatre man. So what are the questions, Dr. Mishra?
How do you perceive, how do you value self-control and discipline in a collaborative art like theatre?
There are 2-3 points which I can make only theoretical again. That this is one form of art, which is collaborative. It's a joint venture. You can write poetry alone. You can write a play alone, but you cannot perform it alone. A play you cannot perform alone. It's a collaborative effort. Right from the spot boy to the audience, everything in between. The actor, the director, the stage man, and who knows, even water boy and the spot boy. You need everybody's cooperation to perform. This is a cooperative joint venture. Like you can say it's a kind of literary circus in a sense. So you require almost a robotic time sense. What you want to do, when you want to do, how long it should be done. You must be specific and accurate. Because just imagine, it's a very hilarious situation. In fact, imagine a situation where Bhima and Dushasana are fighting on stage, right? And suddenly Bhima says, wait. I hope you understand. And what happens there? Because this is lack of self-control, that you must know what to do and not to do. You cannot say in the middle of the fight, just wait, I'll go to the loo and come back. So that is not the question. Self-control has a different dimensions altogether, you know. For an actor, as I was telling you, that how much he should say and how much he should not say. How much action should go to illustrate a particular point. Sometimes you accuse people of he is overacting. That means he is playing it so much that the meaning gets lost and you lose the taste for the play. So you require self-control. I can give you one or two examples of different kind of self-control. If I remember, during the Elizabethan age, on stage, there is a character called the Fool. What you call the Vidusaka nowadays, or the comedian nowadays. He used to be known as the Fool in those days. But he was given the license, no self-control. For him, no dialogue was written. He was free to say whatever he wanted to. For him, no movement was fixed. He could be on stage. He could go out of the stage. He could enter the audience. He can talk to them, anybody, and all kinds of things. Mind you, for a 20th century or 21st century audience, this looks odd. How can a character go and all this or do all these things? But at that time, that was the specific task given to him to perform, because he had to control the audience. The audience was very unruly sometimes. They never could sense what is happening on stage, Shakespeare's play. So the Fool had to go and control them. Okay. So this is his part of the discipline also. This is what he's supposed to do. If he's not doing it, then he's not performing his role. He's lacking self-control if he's not able to control the audience in his own way. He has to draw their attention. Sometimes people will ask him, what the hell is happening there? He will say, oh, don't you know? This man is proposing to heroine. Oh, I see. Then the play continues. Otherwise, just losing state. So this is what sometimes self-control probably means. I think I would not like to enter that area much more.
Thank you, sir. Sir, your opinion. How do you value self-control and discipline in a collaborative art like theatre? We're running out of time.
Theatre itself is a discipline. Discipline everywhere always required. पाठ पढ़ा बेले हो, नाच शिखला बेले हो, नाटक शिखला बेले हो, नाटक रे हो, डिसिप्लिन टा सबु बेले दरकार. डिसिप्लिन न होले किछि आम भितर को जाई परिबो नाही. आमे किछि ग्रहण करि परिबा नाही. फर्स्ट डिसिप्लिन, देन वी कैन रिसीव इट. हमर थिएटर रे हमको सबु बेले सिखा हैछि जे जेतेबेले तमे जुआडे जाउचो तमरो नॉलेज टा को बढ़िया पई रेलवे स्टेशन ने हो कि बस स्टैंड रे हो कि मार्केट रे हो, you observe the characters, how the characters are moving, how the characters are behaving each other. You observe it with concentration, then imitate it, then imitation, then imagination. When you are imitating a person, when you are imitating a character, you imagine and you add something with that character. You know, it cannot be achieved without discipline. You know, discipline we can enter to that. Without discipline, we cannot enter. So, your observation with concentration, imagination, and imitation. When you are imitating somebody, you imagine. Imagine, then you add it with your imitation. Then you can develop. And when you are acting, students, those who are interested in acting, they should know. Actually, there are 5 W's. When you are entering to the stage, with all discipline, you should know who are you, why are you, when are you, where are you, what are you. ଯେତେବେଳେ ତମେ ସ୍ଟେଜ କୁ ଏଣ୍ଟ୍ରି କରୁଛ ସେତେବେଳେ ଭାବ ତମେ କିଏ ସେ, ତମେ କଣ ପାଇଁ ଯାଉଛ, କେତେବେଳେ ଯାଉଛ, ଏଟା ସନ୍ଧ୍ୟାରେ ଯାଉଛ, ଶୀତ ଦିନେ ଯାଉଛ, ନା ଖରା ଦିନେ ଯାଉଛ, ନା ରାତିରେ ଯାଉଛ. when are you, where are you, କୋଉଠି ସେଟା ରାଜପ୍ରାସାଦ ନା ମରୁଭୂମି ନା ଜଙ୍ଗଲ ନା ସମୁଦ୍ର କୂଳ. ତେଣୁ ସେଗୁଡାକ ଭାବିଲା କ୍ଷଣି ତମକୁ ଆକ୍ଟିଂ ଟା ଆସିବ. if there is no discipline, you cannot think of it. So with discipline, you have to do all these things. How? That point ଅଛି P. 4 P's are there. ଯେତେବେଳେ ତୁମେ ମଡୁଲେସନ କରୁଛ, ଭଏସ କରୁଛ, ଗୋଟେ କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା କରୁଛ ଗୋଟେ କ୍ୟାରେକ୍ଟର ସହିତ, ସେତେବେଳେ ତମର ସେତେବେଳେ ସେଟାକୁ ନଜର ଦବ pause. Without a pause, you cannot complete a sentence. ଗୋଟେ sentence complete ପରେ ଗୋଟେ pause ଦରକାର ହଉଛି. ସେଟା ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣଚ୍ଛେଦ ହଉ କମା ହଉ. ତେଣୁ pause, pace. Pause ଠାରୁ pace ଟା ଟିକେ ବଡ. It is longer pause. It is pace. To projection and power. Hey, ଏଟା ହେଲା projection. Hey, ଏଟା ହେଲା power. Voice ରେ ହେଉଛି power. Power and projection. ये सबू एक्टिंग रे अच्छी. तेणु पिला माने you are budding, you are growing. केतବେଳେ तमे आगुरु एक्टिंग रे पेट पोषी हो नथिला, बहुत कष्ट होतला. वर्तमान एक्टिंग टा को मध्य लाइव करी के लोक चलिलेनी. एक्टिंग सीरियल ले करचंती, सिनेमा रे करचंती, यात्रा रे तो लक्ष लक्ष टंका, यात्रा रे बहुत पैसा पाउचंती. तेणु एक्टिंग पेशा करी की वर्तमान चली होउछ. गोटे समय थिला जेतବେଳେ मु कहली पेशादार रंगमंच थिला 1940 रु 1975 70 पर्यंत, सेतेबळे एक्टिंग टा पेशा करी की चलुतले. तापरे भांगी गला किछि दिन. एबे एक्टिंग रे पेशा अछि, पेशा करी की मध्य चली हबो. किंतु तार सब विभिन्न स्कूल अछि, कॉलेज अछि, सेटा को पढिले शिखिले. एक्टिंग टा एटा होछि सहजात कला. एटा तमे जन्म बेलरु एटा भितर डेवलप करिता. आउ जोटा हमें पढुचंती सेटा एटा को आउ टिके मार्जित करूछ. हमको आउ टिके मार्जित करूछ. हमें किछि नुआ कथा शिखुचंती, हमको अधिक टिके मार्जित करूछ. हमें आउ टिके योग्य होई पारुछु. तेणु पढिबाटा नियति दरकार.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And this piece of brilliant information, I hope, is not only useful for students, but for our teachers also while communicating in class, projection of voice and modulation of voice in imparting knowledge. My last question for this conclave in this session to Asim sir. In what way, sir, according to you, theater influences our personalities? We all have grown up seeing dramas and plays, and we are the old school especially, they are the new one. In what way, according to you, sir, theater influences our personalities?
Just the way literature or characters in literature influence us. Like I talked about a dramatic performance of Karna Badha, and there are musical lines in which they converse. Krishna tells Arjuna, convinces that Suna Arjuna he Karna Ratha Tulagiri Pari. So there could be audience who would be influenced by that, or there could be also audience who would be definitely influenced by Karna, even if he's killed. So what the audience, actually the spectator looks at is the way a character performs, the way a character becomes larger than life. Upon Kisam jo kohuthile modulation katha, so I just also thinking ki how even verse, in the verse form also dramatic energy becomes the driving force, and that can influence people. Jane kabi lekhuchanti gote society utheiya pai utho kankala chidu srunkhala jaga durbala aji. So sethi why this charged up language, because the purpose is to influence the society which is dead. So dramatic performance, of course, since sir started telling that spectacle, it's a performance. It's somebody's walking and talking, and then color, sound, everything. So dramatic performance itself will influence people instantly, and there is no way of telling that it won't influence. It might sometimes influence in a negative way also. Even overacting that we were talking about sometimes becomes a kind of signature style. Whether it is Devanand or Rajesh Khanna, there are Samik Kapoor, they have their signature styles. So influence will always continue. I mean, there is no escape from that. But I'm pretty sure, as I was telling, there are values which are embedded to characters. Certain characters stand for certain values, and therein they influence certain group of people, maybe ideologically or otherwise, without any reason also somebody might be influenced. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The literature is the soul of life. It influences our thoughts and builds our character. Drama is an important tool for preparing students to live and work in a team, develop tolerance, empathy, and compassion. So thank you very much, all the members of this panel, for igniting our minds and sowing the seeds of compassion in our heart. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, dear illuminaries, for such an engaging, enriching, and enlightening discussion on role of theatre in literature. I request you all to be here on the stage, as this is the time to express our gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries. And to do the honors, I would like to request our chairman, Sri Sharat Mishra, and Sri Madan Mohan Panda sir, to be here on the stage, along with our principal, Madam Indira Bhattacharya, and our academic supervisor, Madam Niharika Gantayat. At the same time, I extend a hearty welcome to Professor Dr. Himanshu Mahapatra to this literature conclave. Dear children, can we have a huge round of applause for all the distinguished dignitaries, the way they have put forth their ideas, and the way Dr. Santosh Vishwal has moderated the entire program was truly praiseworthy. I am sure you all have at least got an insight to the contribution of theatre to literature. Here, a token of love in the form of Anuttariya to ward off all evil, a potted plant symbolizing our admiration and appreciation for you. We hope as the plant grows, our bond should also grow. And a literary creation of our students, that is the annual magazine of our school, Kusumayani. Here we have on stage Shri Dhirendranath Malik, Dr. Sarat Chandra Satpathy, and Dr. Asim Padi. And of course, Dr. Santosh Vishwal, representing the student community here. Let this beautiful moment be captured in the lens of the camera to cherish for all the days to come. We look forward to have your benign presence in the coming days too, to inspire the young minds to kindle the spark of literature in all the deviants, not only those who are present here, but all those who are yet to come. Thank you so much, sir, for your benign presence. Here we will go for a short tea break. I request the children not to move at all. Please be there for the instructions. I request my colleagues from the Department of Languages to escort the guests. Dear children, kindly do not move. Wait for the next instruction. Once again, a huge round of applause for all the distinguished dignitaries for this wonderful and enlightening session. Thank you so much. I request all the dignitaries to spare a little time and visit our school library, which has an enriching collection of literary contents. Children, this is the recess for you. After recess break, you all will report in your classrooms. Thank you. All cabinet members, after taking your tiffin, be here for the second session.
and welcome back to the post-break session of this inaugural edition of the Literary Conclave, an initiative by DAV Center for Academic Excellence. Distinguished invitees, dignitaries, and dear students. To begin with, I just want to quote some immortal lines from Ordinary Grace and On by John Keats. It's like heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. August assemblies, performing art is a beautiful form where we express 1,000 unspoken languages with beautiful gestures, movements, and facial expressions. And we call it mimes. Tell us a story with a plot and character. Often these narrations are comical or serious, provoking thoughts about a particular subject by expressing certain feelings or emotions. Let us all witness one such act, and we have just left for the audience to guess the theme behind this performance. One mime act before you all. Thank you so much, dear children. And that was choreographed by our dance teacher, Guru Sri Devabata Das. In continuation with this, we have another student who is going to present a book review. That is again another form of expressive spectacle. So can I have Debal Bal on stage, please? Debal Bal.
जिसने मुझको प्यासा रखा बनी रहे वह भी हाला, जिसने मुझको जीवन भर दौड़ाया बना रहे वह भी प्याला। मतवालों के जीव से है कभी निकलते शाप नहीं, दुखी बनाया जिसने मुझको सुखी रहे वह मधुशाला। नमस्कार, सत श्री अकाल। मैं देवल बल कक्षा 7वीं ई की ओर से आज आपके समक्ष हिंदी दिवस के पावन अवसर पर पुस्तक समीक्षा करने जा रहा हूँ। मेरे पुस्तक का नाम है मधुशाला। शुरू में आपने जो रोचक पंक्तियां सुनी वह इसी पुस्तक की है। यह पुस्तक मशहूर अभिनेता श्री अमिताभ बच्चन जी के पिताश्री श्री हरिवंश राय बच्चन जी ने लिखी थी। इस पुस्तक में 135 रुबाइयां हैं। यह पुस्तक 20वीं सदी के शुरुआत के हिंदी साहित्य की सबसे महत्वपूर्ण रचना है, जिसमें सूफीवाद का दर्शन भी होता है। इस पुस्तक में दुनिया के नजरियों को छोटी छोटी कविताओं का रूप दिया गया है, जिसे हम पढ़कर सफलता के मार्ग की ओर प्रस्थान कर सकते हैं। यह कविताएं हमारे अंदर कई गुणों का आह्वान करती है। इस वाक्य का सरल अर्थ प्रकट करने के लिए मेरे पास एक रुबैया है। देने को जो मुझे कहा था, दे न सकी मुझको प्याला। देने को जो मुझे कहा था, दे न सका मुझको हाला। समझ मनुष्य की दुर्बलता में कहा नहीं कुछ भी करता, किंतु स्वयं ही देख मुझे अब शर्मा जाती मधुशाला। इसका तात्पर्य यह है कि मनुष्य हमेशा से औरों पर उम्मीद रखकर चलते आ रहा है। उम्मीद पर दुनिया टिकी हुई है, लेकिन अगर उसकी सीमा को पार किया जाए तो वह उम्मीद लालच का रूप ले लेती है, और यह लालच मनुष्य को अपने सपनों को साकार करने में असफल कर देती है। आप सब आश्चर्य हो रहे होंगे कि मैं 7वीं कक्षा में पढ़ने वाला छात्र मधुशाला की समीक्षा करने बैठा। सच्चाई तो यह है कि मधुशाला की पंक्तियों ने मुझे इतना आकर्षित किया कि मैं अपने आप को रोक नहीं सका। अंत में मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, मदिरालय जाने को घर से चलता है पीने वाला। किस पद से जाऊं असमंजस में है वह भोला भाला। अलग अलग पद बतलाते सब पर मैं यह बतलाता हूँ, राह पकड़ तू एक चला चल पा जाएगा मधुशाला। धन्यवाद। आपका दिन शुभ और मंगलमय हो।
Thank you so much, Deval, for this beautiful presentation. That's the thing about books, they let us travel without moving your feet. Let us all move to our much awaited panel discussion on the topic, how to enter the world of books. First of all, I take this opportunity to invite on stage the former head of the Department of English, Professor Dr. Himanshu Mahapatra, to kindly come on stage and grace the seat. Dr. Mahapatra served as a professor of English for 17 years at Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. He is an eminent academician, a translator, a storyteller, and a columnist. Now, I take this opportunity to invite our next panelist, a very popular radio artist, Dr. Vijay Kumar Malla, to kindly come on stage and grace his seat, please. Dr. Malla is a passionate writer, dramatist, and a professional anchor. He is an announcer at All India Radio, Cuttack, and takes much interest in clearance writing, and also works as a story and lyrics writer for numerous audio and television serials. And now, we could have with us Dr. Gaurahari Das, an eminent writer and storyteller, but due to some unavoidable situations, he is not with us today, but we have requested Dr. Asim Ranjan Padi, head of the Department of English, Utkal University, to grace this occasion. Thank you so much. So, before we begin the show, let me call upon the moderator of this session, our very own Ms. Mitra Samal, a proud alumnus of DAV Public School, Chandrasekharpur, a software professional, but has a flair for literature. May I kindly invite her on stage and request to introduce us about her literary work and moderate this session. It's over to you, ma'am.
Hello and very good afternoon to all of you. Firstly, I would say I really feel blessed and honored that I am with such eminent personalities. Like, you know, I am the alumni of the school, and school plays a major role in shaping our future. So today, if I'm interested in both technology and literature, I would like to give all the credits to this school and my teachers. With that humble note, and without taking much of your time, I would like to recite my poem Silence Has a Sound, which was first published as editor's choice in Chisantranam Chronicles, which is an online magazine. This is how it goes. Silence has a sound. Silence has a sound when in the crowd there is cheering, laughter, and fun. But in my heart, there is a hollow, deep, and profound. When murmurs fill the room, but silence beguiles the mind. When you are so close to yourself, but too far from divine. Silence has a sound when you ascend the peak of the mountain of your dreams that demands great fortitude, and you are alone in the journey with no one to confide. Silence has a sound when you enjoy a lazy evening, watching the sunset, listening to the wind, and let go everything that burdens your mind. Silence has a sound when in the whispering woods you hear a song that follows you all along, a song that you have never sung but only heard in a trance. The sound of silence comes from deep within the walls of my heart and reaches my bare soul, for it is the same in a rabble of noisy people and same in soliloquies. Thank you. Hello. So I would like to commence today's session, that is how to enter the world of books. As you know, between the pages of the books, there is an entirely different universe. There you get to know so many things. There you learn so much. Books and reading is by far the most cheapest and most beneficiary hobby one can inculcate. So we must keep reading and keep learning, even in this era where there is so much click, screens, notifications, clutter and chaos everywhere, because books open the splendor of world to you. Having said that, I would like to ask my very first question to the panelist. Can reading literature help us become more reasonable and responsible individuals in the society? What do you have to say about that, Matsu sir?
Hello. Can you all hear me? Okay. Thank you. First of all, I'm honored to be here in this school, DAV Public School, Chandrasekharpur. This is my first appearance in the school. This is the first time I have been inside the school premises. So I thank the DAV Public School authorities who are seated before me, Dr. Satpathy, Regional Director, Srijukta Sarath Chandra Mishra, Vice Chairman of DAV Group of Public School, Srijukta Madan Mohan Panda, the Principal of the school, Mrs. Indira Bhattacharya, the English Department Head who contacted me and invited me to come over here, Niharika. So I'm thankful to all of you for this opportunity. And initially I thought that I would find myself in alien surroundings. But when I came here, I instantly recognized many of my former students, Chitrangada and Varsa Panigrahi. They were my students in Utkal University. And of course, Gaurahari Babu is very known and familiar, but then since he could not come, he's been replaced by another familiar face, Dr. Asim Ranjan Pati. You'll be all delighted to know that when I retired in 2018, I handed over the baton to him. And that is what also I would like to do, passing on the baton to him for most of the session. But, and also, I also offer my greetings to our fellow panelist, Mr. Dr. Malla. Okay, Dr. Malla. Mitra happens to be my daughter's former colleague. So Mitra is also very well known. Mitra's father is also a close friend of mine, Dr. Kishore Samal. So in fact, it is a very, very hospitable, congenial setting. Thank you very much. So Mitra's question was whether, the first question, whether reading books or reading literature, I think you said literature, helps us to become responsible and reasonable individuals. Okay. So this is my take on it. My broad answer is yes, but that is if we take literature in an extended sense. If we take literature in a very broad and extended sense, where it is synonymous with education, where it is synonymous with book learning, yes, it does play a pivotal role in helping us to become responsible and reasonable individuals. There is no doubt about it. But let us look at literature in the sense in which it is current, the current sense of literature. Let us look at literature in the modern, in the contemporary context. What is that literature? Does that help us to become reasonable and responsible individuals? I'm in a bit of a dilemma here because I'm addressing school students. Now, I didn't know how much to complicate, how far to complicate my response, but I thought that in this setting, I'll present complex ideas in a simple language, but I'll not compromise on complexity. So let us look at a writer called Dostoevsky, 19th century Russian writer, a very well-known writer whose 200th birth anniversary was observed in November 2021. Dostoevsky is said to be at the very forefront of modern literature. He's on the threshold of modern literature. He began what we know as modern literature. What does he have to say about literature, about humanity? Now he says that literature is a public view of private matters. It's a public view of things that are carried on privately. So literature actually lifts the screen and shows you what people are really like. Are people all the time reasonable? Are people all the time responsible? Do they behave rationally and responsibly all the time? The view that modern literature presents before you, that tells a different story. We are emotional, we are instinctual, we are highly imaginative, we are neurotic, we are extremely irascible, we are given to fits of anger, we are depressive. So literature presents this whole panorama of human sentiments and emotions before us. And that is what it should do. So in a broad sense, as I said, literature helps us to become good human beings, responsible human beings, rational human beings. But at the same time, literature can also give us a sense of how self-contradictory human beings are, that they say one thing, but they speak in one way, but they act in another way. But this is a good thing. This is a good thing that literature tells us or takes us closer to the truth. This is what we are. And once we know what we are, because there is a reader of a book, there is a reader of a literary text. The reader understands the contradiction. The reader understands the tension between these two images, a public image of man and a private image of man. Now, I would like most of you, this may be, it's not an adult film, but then it's a great film which I would invite some of you to watch under parental guidance. It's a movie called I Came By, released in 2022, directed by Babak Anbhari, a British film. I Came By, and in this movie, you have this wonderful, exposure of the contradiction. A retired judge, Sir Hector Black, takes up the cause of justice. He fights for the refugees. He fights for the asylum seekers in Britain. But that is his public image. You visit him in his residence and you get to see a wholly different person. He's driven by race. He's driven by racial hatred. And he's also driven by all kinds of negative thoughts. So it is the movie which presents us these two sides of the personality. So what is our lesson from it? We look at the movie, we ask ourselves this question. Can we resolve this tension? Can we close the gap between the public image and the private behavior? If we can do that, we are taking a step closer to a good society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So I definitely think that reading literature is not just fun and entertainment. Maybe it can help us to grow as an individual. I would request Asim sir to second that.
Thank you. First, let me be humble enough to state that I'm filling the gap, but I know my brilliant panelists will come for to help me. Yeah, sir has already given a very, I must say, very lucid as well as very apt conceptualization about the whole issue. I would just go maybe slightly simplistic, just to remember again how literature happens, even not in the form of always text, but maybe a song. Like we all were accustomed to bhajans, and many of the Jagannath bhajans or other bhajans, how they created values of compassion and karuna. For example, a song like which comes to my mind instantly, Prabhu Pada Tale, Pranati Dhale, Tuli Puja Phulo, Sanja Sakale, Tumori Asise Sundara Dhara, Priya Parijana Bandhure Bhara. So even before we understood the very bright language there, somehow it clicked. That somehow it created a kind of impression that everything is so beautiful. All around, people are so nice. There is a fellow feeling. So values are created through that. And that is also a text. And again, I remember a poem like Padma or Jatra Sangita, which was prescribed in our class 10. So the line that Jivana Patramo Bharicha Ketemate Nadero Kishibuli Kohibi ki hai. The very sense of surrender, the very sense of being thankful for such a life. Or Radhanath Rai writes, Utkala Kamala Vilaso Dirghika, Marala Malini Nilambu Chilika. It teaches instantly that how to rejoice in our resources, how to look at our hills and lakes, and they are not just inanimate objects. So immediately a sense of compassion, karuna, a sense of justice would be created in great literature. I would say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. विजय सर आपण निजर अनुभूति रो किछि कहिया को चाहिबे कि ए संपर्क रे
जय जगन्नाथ आपण को प्रश्न रो उत्तर दबा पूर्व विधाड़ी कृतज्ञता जणेबा निहाती दरकार मु ए निमंत्रण पाइला परे मु विश्वास रखितली जे डॉक्टर केसी शतपथी सहित निश्चय मोर देखा हबो ओडिशा रो डीएवी को एडे सुंदर भाव से संभाली रखिछंती तांकू देखा हवा मध्य गोटे अपूर्व अनुभव मो पई हबो किंतु मु जानि नथिली भाद्रव सरला आश्विन मास आरंभ हो गला एवं आश्विन आसु आसु गोटाए नुह दीदी जन शरत को मुझे भेटी बोली धन्यवाद जनाऊँ कृतज्ञता जनाऊँ शरत चंद्र मिश्र महोदय को शरत शतपथी महोदय को एवं आपण को एवं धीर भाई को धीरे धीरे मंद मंद हस ये सब देखला भितर मते लगुच जे सतरे शरत आसबार समय हो जाइए एक कथा कहीं कहूँ बहुत खरा एवं वर्षा आम भोगी सारे आम पिला भोगई सारे कहूचु एतिक नंबर रख एतिक नंबर रख एतिक नंबर रख एतिक नंबर रख एतिक परसेंटेज रख एतिक किंतु स्पष्ट भावे उच्च स्वर रे बा गेल्हा करी एपर्यंत आम भल भाव कही ना जे पिठी आउची दे मारे बापारे भल मनीषटी हो भल मनीषटी हो डीएवी रो ए जो लिटरेरी कॉन्क्लेव सारा भारत वर्ष रे चली मते लगुच ये आउंसा पर्वटी आरंभ है आम आगामी पीढ़ी मनीष होकर ठिया हेबे सुयोग्यता हेबे दक्षता हेबे कौशलित हेबे ता सहित भल मनीष हेबे से प्रथमे डीएवी कर्तृपक्ष एवं आपण मानक समस्त कृतज्ञता जनाऊँ धन्यवाद जनाऊँ आपण मानक सहित मत बसबार ଆପଣ ଆଲାଉ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ମନା କରିନାହାନ୍ତି କେହି ନା ନାଇଁ ସେ ବିଜୟ ମଲ୍ଲଟା ଆସୁଛି କଣ ଗୋଟେ ରେଡିଓ ଆର୍ଟିଷ୍ଟ ଆମ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ସେ କାହିଁ ବସିବ। ତେବେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ରେଡିଓ ଆର୍ଟିଷ୍ଟଟା ଦେଖିଲା ପରେ ମୋର ମନେ ପଡୁଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନର ଉତ୍ତର ତାରି ଭିତରେ ଅଛି। ମୁଁ କାହିଁ କେତେ ବର୍ଷ ତଳେ ସବୁ ରେଡିଓ ଫେଡିଓରେ କାମ କରୁଥିଲି, ଏବେ କରୁନି, ପ୍ରାୟ ସମୟ ପାଉନି, କଦବା କେମିତି ଡ୍ରାମାଟିଏ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛି। କିନ୍ତୁ କେହି କେହି ମତେ ରେଡିଓ ଆର୍ଟିଷ୍ଟ ରୂପେ ମନେ ରଖିଛନ୍ତି। ଅର୍ଥାତ୍ 30 ବର୍ଷ ତଳେ ମୋର ସ୍ୱର ଶୁଣି ମୋର ଅଭିନୟ ଶୁଣି କେହି କେହି ଏପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ମଧ୍ୟ ଭାବି ନେଇଛନ୍ତି ଯେ ମୁଁ ହଉଛି ରେଡିଓ ଆର୍ଟିଷ୍ଟ। ଯଦି ରେଡିଓ ସ୍ୱରର ଏତେ ପ୍ରଭାବ, ଯିଏ ଭଲ ରୂପେ ମହାଭାରତ ପଢିଥିବ, ରାମାୟଣ ପଢିଥିବ, ଗୀତା ପଢିଥିବ, ମଧୁଶାଳା ପଢିଥିବ, ସେ କେମିତି ତାକୁ ଭୁଲିବ ସାରା ଜୀବନ। ଆମେ ଯାହା ଆଜି କରୁଛେ ତାର ଉତ୍ତର ସେଇ ପ୍ରଥମରୁ ଅଛି। ସେ ପିଲା ଯିଏ ମଧୁଶାଳାର ସମୀକ୍ଷା କରୁଥିଲେ, ତାଙ୍କ ନାଁ ମୁଁ ଭୁଲିଗଲି, ଚମତ୍କାର ଭାବେ କଲେ। ଆପଣ ମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରୁ କେହି ମଧୁଶାଳା ପଢିଛନ୍ତି ବା ଶୁଣିଛନ୍ତି ମୁଁ ଜାଣିନି। ମଧୁଶାଳାରେ ମାତ୍ର 100 କେତୋଟି ପଂକ୍ତି ଅଛି, 4 ଧାଡିଆ କବିତା, ରୁବାଇ ଶୈଳୀରେ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି। କିନ୍ତୁ ତାର ଯୋଉ ପ୍ରଥମ ପଦ ଯୋଉଟାକୁ ସେ କନକ୍ଲୁଜନ କଲେ, ମୁଁ ଘରୁ ବାହାରିଲି, ମୋ ପାଦ ଟଳମଳ ହଉଛି, ମୁଁ କୁଆଡେ ଯିବି, ତାର ଉତ୍ତର ଦଉଛନ୍ତି ହରିବଂଶରାୟ ବଚ୍ଚନ ଯେ ବାହାରିଆ, ଟଳମଳ ତ ପାଦ ହବ, ଦ୍ୱନ୍ଦ୍ୱ ତ ମନ ଭିତରେ ଆସିବ, ଏପଟ ରାସ୍ତା ପଡିଛି ସେପଟ ରାସ୍ତା ପଡିଛି, କୋଉ ପଟକୁ ଯିବି। କିନ୍ତୁ ଯଦି ଚାଲିବି ବୋଲି ତୁ ଭାବି ନବୁ ନା, ସ୍ଥିର କରିନବୁ ନା, ତାହେଲେ ତୋ ପାଦ ନେଇକରି ତୋତେ ମଧୁଶାଳାରେ ପହଞ୍ଚେଇ ଦବ। ଆମେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଉଦ୍ୟମ ଆରମ୍ଭ କଲେ, ଆମ ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ସେଇ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ପ୍ରତି ଯଦି ଆକର୍ଷଣ ଆମେ ସୃଷ୍ଟି କରି ପାରିବା, ଶ୍ରଦ୍ଧା ସୃଷ୍ଟି କରେଇ ପାରିବା, ତାହେଲେ ସେ ତାଙ୍କ ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟରେ ଜୀବନ ନିକଟରେ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ପହଞ୍ଚିଯିବେ। ସେଥିପାଇଁ ପୁଣି ଥରେ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଜଣାଉଛି। ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନର ଉତ୍ତର ମୁଁ ମୋ ଅନୁଭୂତିରୁ କହିଲେ, ମୋ ଅନୁଭୂତି ତ ଅନେକ ଅଛି, ଆମ ହାତରେ ସମୟ କମ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ ଛୋଟ ଥିଲି, ବେଶୀ ବୟସ ହେଇନଥିଲା, ଏଇ ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କର ବୟସ ହେଇଥିଲା, ସେତେବେଳେ ମୋର ସୌଭାଗ୍ୟକୁ କିଛି କିଛି ବହି ମୋ ପାଖରେ ଆସି ପହଞ୍ଚିଲେ, ମୁଁ ତ ପଢିବାର ସୁଯୋଗ ପାଇଲି। ଏବଂ ପାଇଲା ପରେ ମୋ ମନ ଗୁଡାକ କାହିଁ କଅଁଳ କଅଁଳ ହେଇଗଲା। କଅଁଳ କଅଁଳ କାହିଁକି ହେଲା କହିଲେ? କାହିଁକିନା ସେଥିରେ ହୃଦୟର କଥା, ଆବେଗର କଥା, ଦ୍ୱନ୍ଦ୍ୱର କଥା, ଈର୍ଷାର କଥା, ସବୁ କଥା ସେ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଭିତରେ ଥିଲା। କିନ୍ତୁ ତା ଭିତରେ ଏମିତି ଗୋଟେ ଅଣ୍ଡର କରେଣ୍ଟ ଥିଲା ଯେ ତମ ହୃଦୟକୁ କଅଁଳ କଅଁଳ କରିଦବ। ମୁଁ ଅନେକ ସମୟରେ କୁହେ, ସେ କଥାଟାକୁ ଅନେକ ମଜା ବୋଲି ନିଅନ୍ତି, କିନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ଏଇଆ କୁହେ ଯେ ସବୁଦିନେ ଏଣିକି ତମ ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କୁ ସକାଳୁ ଉଠାଅ, ପ୍ରତ୍ୟୁଷରୁ ଉଠାଅ, ତାଙ୍କୁ ସୂର୍ଯ୍ୟୋଦୟ ଦେଖାଅ, ତାଙ୍କୁ କିଛି ସମୟ ସନ୍ଧ୍ୟାରେ ବାହାରକୁ ଛାଡ, ଜହ୍ନ ରାତିକୁ ଦେଖାଅ। ଜହ୍ନ ରାତି ଦେଖିଥିବା, ନଈର ଛଳ ଛଳ ଗୀତକୁ ଶୁଣିଥିବା, ସୂର୍ଯ୍ୟୋଦୟର ରକ୍ତିମ କିରଣ, କଅଁଳ କିରଣକୁ ଅନୁଭବ କରିଥିବା, ପତ୍ରଟିଏ ଏମିତି ଥର ଥର ହେଇକରି କେମିତି କଅଁଳୁଛି ତାକୁ ଅନୁଭବ କରିଥିବା ପିଲା ତା ଜୀବନର ହତ୍ୟାକାରୀ ହବନି, ଡକାୟତ ହବନି। ସାହିତ୍ୟ ସେଇ ଅନୁଭୂତି ହିଁ ଦିଏ। ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଆମକୁ ସେଇ ଅନୁଭୂତି ଦିଏ। ଆମେ ଜାଗାରେ ନ ପହଞ୍ଚି ମଧ୍ୟ, ବସ୍ତୁ ନିକଟରେ ନ ପହଞ୍ଚି ମଧ୍ୟ ବସ୍ତୁର ଅନୁଭବ କରୁ। ଦୃଶ୍ୟ ନ ଦେଖି ମଧ୍ୟ ଆମ ଦୃଷ୍ଟି ଶକ୍ତି ବାହାରେ ଯୋଉ ଅଦୃଶ୍ୟ ଜଗତ, ତାକୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ଚିହ୍ନୁ ଏବଂ ଅନୁଭବ କରୁ। ମୁଁ ଶେଷରେ ଲମ୍ବା ହେଇଯାଉଛି, ଶେଷରେ ଗୋଟିଏ ଧାଡି କହିବି, ଗୋଟିଏ ଉଦାହରଣ ଦେବି। ତାହା ହଉଛି ତାମିଲ ଲେଖକ ଅକିଲନ ଯେ ଜ୍ଞାନପୀଠ ପୁରସ୍କାର ପାଇଛନ୍ତି। ତାଙ୍କର ଗୋଟେ ଅତି ପ୍ରସିଦ୍ଧ ଉପନ୍ୟାସ ହଉଛି ଚିତ୍ତରପାବାୟା, ଯାହାର ଓଡିଆ ହବ ଚିତ୍ରପ୍ରିୟା। ସେ ନଭେଲରେ, ସେ ଉପନ୍ୟାସରେ ଆମେ ସାଧାରଣତଃ କାହାଣୀ ଯେତେବେଳେ ପଢୁ, ଆମେ ରାମ ରାବଣ ଯୁଦ୍ଧ ହେଲା, ରାବଣ ମରିବ, ଆମ ଧାରଣା ଏଇଆ, ଭିଲିୟନ ସବୁବେଳେ ମାଡ ଖାଇବ, ମରିବ। କିନ୍ତୁ ସେ ନଭେଲରେ ସେ ସେସବୁ କଥା କିଛି କରିନାହାନ୍ତି। ନଭେଲ ସରିଗଲା, ଯେ ଭିଲେନ, ଯେ ଖଳନାୟକ, ସେ ଶାସ୍ତି ପାଉନି। ଅନେକ ସମାଲୋଚକ ଅକିଲନକୁ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ କଲେ, ଏଡେ ଚମତ୍କାର ଉପନ୍ୟାସ ଆପଣ ଲେଖିଲେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଖଳନାୟକକୁ ଶାସ୍ତି ଦେଲେନି, ତାକୁ ଛାଡିଦେଲେ। ଅକିଲନଙ୍କ ଉତ୍ତର ଥିଲା, ଏ ଉପନ୍ୟାସ ପଢିଲା ପରେ ତମେ ଯୋଉ ଖଳନାୟକ ଚରିତ୍ର, ତାକୁ କୋଉଠି ଦେଖିଛ? ତା ଜୀବନର ଆରମ୍ଭ କେତେ ଭଲରେ ହେଇଥିଲା, କିନ୍ତୁ ଶେଷକୁ ଏତେ ଖରାପ ହେଇଗଲା, ସେ ସାରା ଜଗତ ତାକୁ ଘୃଣା କଲା, ତା ଭାଇ, ବନ୍ଧୁ, କୁଟୁମ୍ବ, ସାଙ୍ଗ ସାଥୀ, ପ୍ରେମିକା, ପ୍ରିୟା, ସ୍ୱାମୀ, ସ୍ତ୍ରୀ ସମସ୍ତେ ଘୃଣା କଲେ, ସେ ପତିତ ହେଇଗଲା। ଏଇଟା କଣ ତା ପାଇଁ ବଡ ଶାସ୍ତି ନୁହଁ? ताको बड़ शास्ति दबा कौन दरकार अछि अर्थात से नोवेल पढ़ी सारा पर जनकर अनुभव हबो जे मु सेई भलिया चरित्रटे हेबिनी से भली काम कले मु एया खराब हे जिवि ए जो अनुभवटा इनडायरेक्टली परोक्ष भावे हमको बुझेई दिए साहित्य साहित्य सेति पई जहा हमर प्रश्न थिला जे आम जीवन को बदलाए कि आम जीवन उपरे प्रभाव पकाए कि कोनसी क्षेत्र रे मध्य कोनसी दृष्टि रो मध्य आर उत्तर ना ही परिबो नाही साहित्य खाली पठन साहित्य नुहे दृश्य साहित्य मध्य अछि आमे टिके सम तळे नाटक संपर्क रे एते आलोचना कले सार कहउतले केमिति इंपैक्ट पकाए नाटक श्रवण कुमार नाटक देखि महात्मा गांधी छोट बेले मोहनदास परवर्ती समय रे जो महात्मा गांधी हेले ताको ऊपर प्रभाव पड़िथिला श्रवण कुमार नाटकर सेमते अनेक उदाहरण अछि आमे मध्य असीम बाबू कहउतले जो छोट बेले गीतिनाट्य इत्यादि इत्यादि देखिथिले को से प्रभाव एपर्यंत अच्छी ना मुहर बाहर नथा गोपाल छटराय कथा आलोचना होता ना गीतिनाट्य बेले गोपाल छटराय जो छोट पिला थिले रंगसभा नाटक होउची गीतिनाट्य सकाळ हेई आसी कंस मरीची मरिकी पड़ी छुआ घूमे पड़लानी किंतु से छुआ भितर से नाटक जो मंजी बुणा होता से मंजी दिन वृक्ष है विराट वृक्ष है गोपाल छटराय विराट गीतिनाट्यकार विराट विराट नाट्यकार विराट स्क्रीन प्ले राइटर होकरी आम नाट्य साहित्य को अति विशाल भाव समृद्ध करिसेंती तेणु मोटामोटी भाव या कहले हब जे प्रभाव पकाए केमिति प्रभाव पकाए जेमती मोबाइल रे टुंगुर भोल प्रभाव पकाउची नाई एटा प्रभाव नुह एटा होची कुप्रभाव किंतु पिले तमे जतले साहित्य भितर को पसिबो ना बाहर तुमको आखु कियारी भाया से दिशुची ए पत्र गुड़ा कमी कौन टाँचिया टाँचिया नंबा नंबा आखु कियारी देखी तो कहीं ना नाई यूट्यूब रे नहले देखिबो से भाया दिशो साहित्य किंतु ता भितर को जते बळे जे पसिची पाकळ आखु खंडे भांगीची ता भितरु रस खाईची सी जानीची ता प्रभावटा कौन सी केड़े मिठा आउ साहित्य जते बळे तम ऊपर प्रभाव पकेइबो सेतेबळे सारा संसार रो सबु शक्ति एकत्रित हेले मध्य तुमको अमनिष करि परिबे नाही साहित्य रसरे विशाल शक्ति अछि
Thank you so much. So I think now we have so many reasons to read classics, novels, poetry, epics, to choose the right books, because that will help us develop a perspective, good moral values, give us better reasoning power. So with that, my next question to the panelists would be, does reading help us develop better writing skills? Is there really something called reading like a writer?
Hello. From a philosophical question to a technical question. Now, the issue before us is whether reading helps us to develop writing skills. And of course, there are no two opinions about it. It certainly helps us to develop writing skills. Can you hear me? Okay. So, yes, reading helps us to develop good writing skills. All good writers are first and foremost good readers. Not only good readers, they read very widely. Why do they do that? Because they try to understand the range of expressive and communicative competence that a language is capable of. Be it any language. I might write in English, somebody else might write in Hindi, somebody else might write in Odia or Bengali, but every language has an expressive and communicative range. It is not exhausted by just a few expressions and sentences. Now, a writer would like to know this entire spectrum, that entire range of communicative competence. So it's very important for the writer to read, and read widely, and read a wide variety of books. Both my co-panelists, Professor Padhi and Dr. Malik, gave examples of literature. Now, yes, Professor Padhi talked about devotional literature. I talked about modern literature. Dr. Malik talked about a mixture of both, devotional and modern, because he gave the example of this fantastic Tamil novel where the villain goes unpunished. So that is not exactly devotional literature, because in devotional literature, there is no question of the defeat of evil, defeat of good. Good always triumphs over evil. But think about Milton, for instance. Milton wrote Paradise Lost, an epic in 12 books. It's a great epic, and it sets out to justify the ways of God to men. There cannot be a more explicit didactic purpose in literature. There cannot be a more explicit moral concern expressed in literature. But after we move from the invocation to the book itself, to the poem itself, we are confronted with the glamorous figure of Satan. Satan is the villain. Satan is the arch-fiend. Satan is the serpent. But Satan has been portrayed, Professor Padhi is now continuing that tradition of teaching Milton. Satan is the most glamorous figure in the first two books. So why did Milton make Satan a glamorous figure? We have to ask this question. Sorry, I'm straying a little from the first question, but the point I'm trying to make is, if you read widely, you absorb a variety of sentence patterns. You absorb unconsciously a variety of expressions, and then you try to experiment with them. Now, there is no original writer. I will make it very clear. There is nobody who is absolutely original. Nobody is an original writer. In writing, we steal other people's expressions. That is why 20th century poet T.S. Eliot once said that immature poets borrow and mature poets steal. So the more mature the poet is, the more he is adept at stealing. Now, just examine for a moment your best sentences, and you would find that these sentences contain echoes from other writers, traces from other writers. So there is no question of a writer working in what is called splendid isolation. A writer has to be in interaction with other writers. He must learn, or she must learn, the habits of thought and habits of expression, and only against the background of this that he or she can experiment or deviate. Now, I would like to recommend to the students a wonderful book on this topic. It is called How to Write a Sentence. How to Write a Sentence by Stanley Fish. Now, Stanley Fish is actually a very high-profile professor of literature. He has written very fundamental scholarly books on 17th century poetry. But he is also a great votary of what is called basic English, plain English, how to write plain basic English sentences. And this is a book which was published in 2011. It's called How to Write a Sentence, in which his formula is this: sentence craft equals sentence comprehension equals sentence appreciation. So if you want to be a writer, start out by being a connoisseur of good sentences. Only if you are a connoisseur of good sentence, you will want to or aspire to write good sentences yourself, be it in English or in Odia. Thank you.
So I think we totally agree to that we should read books of different genres because that will help us develop a broader outlook. Because I don't need to read only poetry books to write poem. I can get idea about a poem from a non-fiction book as well. विजय सर की असीम सर से विषय किछि कहिया को चाहिए कि
different genres. Okay.
Should we read different genres of books that will help us get a better outcome?
Of course, there is no denying of the fact. In fact, I was also a little tempted with the last question, which was answered very comprehensively. Only to add a bit that there are also exceptions. The wonderful thing is that just like ELT says LSRW, so listening, speaking, reading, and writing, automatically one skill will lead to the other, and it's really difficult unless a writer reads a lot to write skillfully. But there are little exceptions. Like we do not know whether Sarala Das read a lot while he wrote wonderfully. I mean, that these exceptions also, students, please know, because there is a sort of genius sometimes. Shakespeare, the other example. So there are sparks, maybe certain inspiring moments which make them write great literature.
ଆପଣ ଆପଣ ସହିତ ମୁଁ ଏକମତ ହେବି ଦି ପ୍ରକାର ଲେଖକ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଏ ଯୋଉ ଲେଖିବା କଥାଟା ଆପଣ ପଚାରିଲେ କିଏ ଲେଖିବ ମାନେ ଯେ ନା ଲେଖାଳି ଲେଖାଳି ଯୋଉ ମାନେ ଯେ ଲେଖେ ସିଏ ଲେଖାଳି ନାଇଁ କି ଲେଖାଳି କିଏ ରାଇଟର କିଏ ପିଲେ who writes ସେ ହେଲା ରାଇଟର କାହିଁ ଆମେ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ରାଇଟର କହୁନେ ତ ବହୁତ ଲୋକ ଲେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ତମେ ଲେଖୁଛ ମୁଁ ବି ଲେଖୁଛି କିନ୍ତୁ ସମସ୍ତେ କାହିଁ ରାଇଟର ନୁହନ୍ତି ଅସୀମ ବାବୁ କାହିଁ ରାଇଟର ତା ଅର୍ଥ ଖାଲି ଲେଖିଦେଲେ ହବନି ଲେଖା ଭିତରେ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କଥା କଣ ଥିବା ଦରକାର ଯୋଉ କଥାଟା ମୁଁ କହିପାରିଲିନି ସିଏ କହିଦେଲା ମୁଁ ପଢିଦେଲା ବେଳକୁ ଚମତ୍କୃତ ହେଇଗଲି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ନିଜ ଭିତରର ଗୋଟେ ଭାବଭୂମି କୁ ଟିକେ ପ୍ରାଣ କରିବା ଉର୍ବର କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଖତ ମାଟି ସବୁ ଦରକାର ସାର ଫାର ନ ପଡିଲେ କେମିତି ହବ ମାଟି ଉର୍ବର କେମିତି ହବ ତେଣୁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କର ବହୁତ ଲୋକଙ୍କର ପଢିବା ଦରକାର ଏବଂ ସେଥିରୁ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଲାଭ ହୁଏ କଣ ନା ଆମ ଟ୍ରାଡିସନଟାକୁ ଆମେ ଜାଣିବା ଧରନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ଲେଖୁଛି ମୁଁ ଯଦି ଶାରଳା ଦାସଙ୍କୁ ପଢିନି ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ ଦାସଙ୍କୁ ପଢିନି ରାଧାନାଥ ରାୟଙ୍କୁ ପଢିନି ସଚି ରାଉତରାୟଙ୍କୁ ପଢିନି ରମାକାନ୍ତ ରଥଙ୍କୁ ପଢିନି ଏସବୁଙ୍କୁ ପଢିନି ମୋ ଟ୍ରାଡିସନ କୁଆଡେ କୋଉ ଦେଇ ଗତି କରିଛି ଜାଣିନି ମୁଁ କଣ କରିବି ମୁଁ ହଠାତ୍ ଗୋଟେ ଶୂନ୍ୟରୁ ପଢିଲା ଭଳିଆ ପଢିବି ଯେମିତି ଆଜିକାଲି ବହୁତ ଲୋକ ଲେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ଯୋଉମାନେ ଟ୍ରାଡିସନକୁ ଚିହ୍ନି ନାହାନ୍ତି ମାଟିକି ଚିହ୍ନି ନାହାନ୍ତି ସମାଜକୁ ଚିହ୍ନି ନାହାନ୍ତି ସାହିତ୍ୟ ପଢି ନାହାନ୍ତି କିନ୍ତୁ ସିଏ ଲେଖିଲା ବୋଲି ମୁଁ ଲେଖିବି ଯେମିତି ସିଏ ଗାଇଲା ବୋଲି ମୁଁ ଗାଇବି ଗାଇବା ପାଇଁ 7ଟା ସ୍ୱରକୁ ତ ଚିହ୍ନିବା ଦରକାର ସାରେ ଗାମା ପାଦା ନିଶା ଏଗୁଡା ସବୁ ନ କରିକିରି ମୁଁ କହିବି ମୁଁ ଗାୟକ ହେଇଯିବି ହଉନୁ କିଏ ମନା କରୁଛି କି 2 ଦିନ ପରେ ତ ଗୀତ କେହି ଶୁଣିବେନି କିନ୍ତୁ ବେଳେ ବେଳେ ବ୍ୟତିକ୍ରମ ଘଟେ ଇଏ ଈଶ୍ୱରଙ୍କ ସୃଷ୍ଟିରେ ଏ ଗୋଟେ ଅଦ୍ଭୁତ ସୃଷ୍ଟି ବେଳେ ବେଳେ ବ୍ୟତିକ୍ରମ ଘଟେ ଯାହା ଅସୀମ ବାବୁ କହୁଥିଲେ ଯଦି ଗୀତ କଥା ଆମେ କହିବା ଗୀତର ସେମିତି ଜଣେ ବିଶିଷ୍ଟ ଉଦାହରଣ ହଉଛନ୍ତି କିଶୋର କୁମାର ଯିଏ ବିଧିବଦ୍ଧ ଭାବେ ସଙ୍ଗୀତ ଶିକ୍ଷା ବିଶେଷ ଭାବେ କରିନଥିଲେ କିନ୍ତୁ ଗୋଟାଏ ସମୟରେ ସେ ଭାରତବର୍ଷର ସବୁଠୁ ଲୋକପ୍ରିୟ ଗାୟକ ହେଲେ ପଢିବା କଥା ଇଏ ମଧ୍ୟ ବ୍ୟତିକ୍ରମର ଗୋଟେ ଉଦାହରଣ ହଉଛନ୍ତି ସନ୍ଥ କବି ଭୀମ ଭୋଇ ପିଲାମାନେ ସମସ୍ତେ ପ୍ରାୟ ଶୁଣିଥିବେ ଆପଣମାନେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କର ପ୍ରସିଦ୍ଧ ପଦ ଯାହା ଆମର ରାଷ୍ଟ୍ରପତି ଏବେ ଶପଥ ନେଲା ବେଳେ ଆବୃତ୍ତି କଲେ ପ୍ରାଣୀଙ୍କ ଆରତ ଦୁଃଖ ଅପ୍ରମିତ ଦେଖୁ ଦେଖୁ କେବା ସହୁ ମୋ ଜୀବନ ପଛେ ନର୍କେ ପଡିଥାଉ ଜଗତ ଉଦ୍ଧାର ହଉ ଏ ପଦ ସେ କୋଉଠି ଲେଖିଥିଲେ ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱରକୁ ଆସିକିରି ଇଂଲିଶ ପଢି ହିନ୍ଦୀ ପଢି ସଂସ୍କୃତ ପଢି ନାଇଁ ସେ ଅନ୍ଧ ଥିଲେ ବୋଲି ମଧ୍ୟ ଆମେ କହୁଛେ ଏବଂ ସେଇ ବଣ ଜଙ୍ଗଲ ଭିତରେ ସେ ବୁଲୁଥିଲେ ଆଜିଠୁ 100 ବର୍ଷ ତଳେ ରେଢାଖୋଲର ସେପଟେ ପଶ୍ଚିମାଞ୍ଚଳର ଜଙ୍ଗଲର ଅବସ୍ଥା କଣ ଥିବ ବାଟଘାଟ ବି ଠିକରେ ନଥିବ ସେଠି ଜଣେ ବସି ସାଧୁ କବି ସନ୍ଥ କବି ଏକଥା ଲେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ଏଇ କଥା ଆଉ ଜଣେ ରୁଷିଆରେ ଲେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ସାର୍ ଦସ୍ତୋଭସ୍କିଙ୍କ କଥା କହୁଥିଲେ ମୋର ଯଦି ଭୁଲ ହଉନଥାଏ ତାହେଲେ every single drop of tear that is shed I am crucified ମାଇକୋଭସ୍କି ଲେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ମାଇକୋଭସ୍କି ଭୀମ ଭୋଇଙ୍କ କବିତାକୁ ପଢିଥିଲେ କି पढ़ी कि यस और नो? भीम भई माइक भक्सी को पढ़ी किंतु सीए कहउचंती जे गोटिए बुंदा रक्त कोठी काहलो आखिरु झरिले मु कृशविद्ध होई जाउची। ये मध्य कहउचंती प्राणी को आरत दुख अप्रमित मु देखि सही पारुनी, मु नरकरे पड़िबा पई प्रस्तुत अछि जगत उद्धार हो। एका भावना एका चिंतन दी जनक भितर आसुची। तेणु न पढ़ी मध्य बेले बेले एमिति हुए, किंतु एमिति को माने करि पारंती? जो माने व्यतिक्रम, जो माने विरल, जो माने महान, जो माने सत सतिका निजकू निज आत्मा को सेतिक उच्च सोपान को नहीं पारि थांती। आउ निज चेतना को आत्मा को भावना को सही सोपान को नवा पाई आम भलिया माने साधारण लोकंकर टिके सार फार दरकार, नहले आमे साधारण रे स्ट्रांग होई परिबा नाही। आमे पहाड़ भितरे जन्म नहीं बाउंश कणी नुह जे हठात शाल गछ नुह जे हठात एमती से पत्थर भितरू एमती गोटे आकाश मुहाई करी गोटे विराट खुंट भलिया उठिबो। आमे होचे साधारण ए बनसाई गछ ए सब गछ याकु टिके जत्न दरकार एवं से जत्न पई आमु टिके पढ़ापढ़ी करबा को पड़िबो। जो टीचर माने अछंती तांकु मु अनुरोध करिवि, आपण माने पिला को पढौचंती मते भारी बढ़िया लागिला। मैडम डाकिनेले हमकु लाइब्रेरी देखिया पई मु सेतळे भाबुतली कोन हाउ टू एंटर लिटरेरी वर्ल्ड हमर टॉपिक अछि। बुक आगु बहिर पृथ्वी पर आपण पिला को आगुरु पुरई सारलेनी। आपण आमे शिखिबु जे केमिति से माने पसिबे। तेणु ए सब दरकार। आपण को उत्तर रे मु शेष रे या कहिबी जे अंततः आम इतिहास को, आम परंपरा को, आम अतीत को, आम ऐश्वर्य को, आमर सामर्थ्य को ये सब को चिन्हिबा पई आमर पढ़िबा आवश्यक अछि।
Thank you.
So I think the genre question has been left unanswered. Little, just a brief sentence, because we have been talking about poetry and drama in the morning session. Why all genres are important? Because what novel genre ta ame totally भूली जाउछु। बहु सार भी टिके चाहिबे कहया पे जे सेदिन आपण कहउथले गोपीनाथ महांती का कथा से लिटरेरी कॉन्क्लेव रे। So suppose माटी मोटाला रे there are moments जोटी वर्षा होउछि एवं description चालिछि। Why that is required? कहीं की गोटे extensive understanding of गोटे place हो, गोटे scenario हो, गोटे tribe हो, सेटा दरकार to understand a society। बा दोस्तोयेव्स्की कथा सजेस्ट के समतल कहउथले सेठी से जो गोटे crime committed, irascible nature of man, कि तापर से the trauma, the continues and the long descriptions, there are moments when one would feel, even the reader would be influenced that probably it was a just act. So I did sensibly, I worked sensibly, and there are moments when you suddenly realize that it's not happening. Somehow I committed a mistake. Gote Karamazov brothers achi tini brother ko episode padla but will be influenced by all the three. I mean, you can't even pinpoint ki what exactly influences you most. So ସେଇଟା possible ହବ ଏଇ ଭଳି different genres को पढ़िले बा novel भला गोटे बड़ extensive space को पढ़िले।
Okay. So we all know what we need to read, and by the way, we know that writing is 2% gift and 92% hard work. That is what I had read it somewhere. So we know what to do. We are already. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
नहीं जो 98% मैडम कहले सेटा एथि पे हमें कहूचे जे राइटिंग मध्य गोटे होचे आर्ट। से आर्ट रो क्राफ्ट को हमक जानिबा पड़िबो। से क्राफ्ट हमें जानि पाले ही भलो लिखि परिबा जे को शब्दटा रखिबा को शब्दटा को रखिबा नाही। जेमति हमें साधारण भाबे रे कहले समस्त तो मूर्ति तैयारी करछंती, किंतु जो लोक जानि परिछि जे पत्थर रो अनावश्यक अंश गुडाक कोडाक बाद कर दिया जीवो ता भीतर मूर्तिटा बाहरिबो सी ही केवल शिल्पी। तेणु से भली भल लेखक जी सी जानी सी ताकू प्रथमे जानी बुझा पड़ो जे मु कौन लेखिबी नाही। तेणु कौन लेखिबो नाही से केमिति जानिबो? कौन लेखा है आग ताकू पढ़िया पड़ो, ताकू जानिया पड़ो। से गुड़ा जानिले से बुझिबो जे को गुडाक मु आउ लेखिबी नाही, ये चर्बित चर्वण करिबी नाही, मु आउ कौन भाबिबी, आउ कौन लेखिबी। जो कथा असीम बाबू कहले माटी मटालर कथा, माटी मटालर आरंभ रे माटी मटाल लिखिचंती गोपीनाथ महांती, तांको भाई होउचंती प्रसिद्ध उपन्यासिक कान्हचरण महांती, तांको बड़ भाई दुई भाई से समय प्रख्यात लेखक गोपी बाबू कान्हू बाबू भाया लिखिले ना कहीं लिखिले भाई तो से लिखुं मुझे कहीं लिखी सी शास्ति लिखिले तुंड बाई लिखिले हा अन्न लिखिले ये कहले ना हा अन्न तो कौ कालू गला मुझेकार अन्न कथा लिखी एबेकार अन्न कौन भूदान आंदोलन से चली था पंगतर समस्ते बसवे एकाठी बसवे भूमिहीन तार भूमि पाइब समाज सुस्थ हम लिखुंट माटी मटाल तेणु से पढ़ी सी लिखिले लिखिक कौन लिखिले छवि रवि पशिची छवि घर पटकू 50 पेज मांकड़ ताकू गोड़ौ 50 पृष्ठार वर्णना आपण प्रथम पढ़ू पढ़ू पिले तमें भाव सतरे मांकड़ गोड़ौची से मांकड़ गोड़िया वर्णना दौरान तापर पुणी लगे यहाँ मांकड़ मांकड़ नुहरे से जमीदार गुड़ाक जो जमी माड़ी बस गोड़ौं तापर लगे ये मांकड़ से मांकड़ नुहरे ये जो पियादा गुड़ाक गोड़ौं तापर लगे ये मांकड़ से मांकड़ नुहरे दारिद्र्य गोड़ौं तापर लगे ये मांकड़ से मांकड़ नुहरे अभाव गोड़ौं गरीबी गोड़ौं दुख गोड़ौं लुह गोड़ौं ये सब रवि की छवि की गोड़ौं ये गोड़ेबार मुक्ति कौन ना पंगतरे बसिबा ये माटी की चिन्हवा ये मोटाल को चिन्हवा एवं बांटिकी भाग करके खाइबा माटी मोटाल मूल कथा हो तेणु से शेष में आम यह कह मुझे कहवाक चाहूली जे आम जदि न पढ़ा अन्य मानक ताहले आम जानीपारानी से मैंने कौन लिखिं बोली एवं सी कौन लिखिं न जानिले आम कौन लिखा से लिखार भ्रम सब आम रही तेणु आमको डिफरेन्ट हवाक पड़ो आमको अलग हवाक पड़ो आमको भिन्न हवाक पड़ो बा जो कथा कहु डिफरेन्टली आमको एक्सप्रेस करने को पड़ो मु तो भावे बेले बेले आमको असहाय लगे जगन्नाथ दास भागवत लिखिं तुम समस्ते जानिच सार मॉडर्निज्म कथा कहते मु तो गर्व करे जे ओडिया साहित्य रे आमे केबेठू मॉडर्न जगन्नाथ दास ठू मॉडर्न 16th सेंचुरी पोएट 500 वर्ष रु अधिका हेलानी गोटे धाड़ी भागवत मु आपन कहूची प्रभु को भगवान को ईश्वर को से वर्णना करुचंती पक्षी जहार व्याकरण आपण चिंता करंतु केते पावरफुल मॉडर्न पोएट्री रे ये जो इमेजरी ये जो मेटाफर ये सब व्यवहार हवा पूर्व जगन्नाथ दास केते पावरफुली ताकू व्यवहार करचंती पक्षी जहार तेणु आमे पढ़िबानी केमिति अरे जदि न पढ़िबो तमे निजुक नै गर्व करिवो केमिति आम पिलांक भितर बहुत समय हीन मान्यता जे आमे किए ना बॉम्बे रे जो छुआ अछंती से आमठो भलो अमेरिका रे जो छुआ अछंती से आमठो भलो मु भुवनेश्वर रे डीएवी स्कूल रे पढ़छि मु तांकठो टिके कम नाही तमर जो परंपरा तमर जो इतिहास तमर जो पूर्वपुरुष ए माने काहाठू कम नुहंती थिएटर कथा पढ़िथिला सार अछंती थिएटर इतिहास रे ए जो भुवनेश्वर रे हमर स्कूल हेची खंडगिरी रे जो एम्पी थिएटर अछि मुक्ताकाश रंगमंच इतिहासकार माने कहउछंती सारा विश्वर प्रथम मुक्ताकाश रंगमंच होउची सेई गोटाक आम ओडिसा रे आम भुवनेश्वर सेई जातिर दायद आमे भारत वर्षर प्रथम गद्य ओडिया लेखक लिखिछंती ब्रजनाथ बड़देना चतुर विनोद भारत वर्षर अन्यतम अपूर्व प्राकृतिक संपद आम भीतर कनिकार अछि आम शिल्पी माने कोणार्क रे पत्थर रे कविता लिखिछंती आम कवि माने जो जगन्नाथ दासଙ୍କ कथा कहली 9टी मात्र अक्षर रे जीवनर दर्शनर चेतनार उत्तरणर पृथ्वीर ईश्वरंकर अध्यात्मर ये सब कथार मात्र 9टी अक्षर रे जो कथा से वर्णना करने पई सक्षम होइचंती से प्रमाणित करिछि जे ओडिया भाषा ओडिया कवि केते शक्तिशाली तेणु ये सब पढ़िले जानिले आमे निजुक नै गर्व करिबा एवं गर्व करुथिबा पिला निजर स्वाभिमान रखिथिबा पिला से कोउठी हारिबनी से सबुठी दम्भ होइकरी छिडा हबो जो माने ए कथा को बुझिचंती से माने आगु को जाइचंती तेणु मैडम हमको पढ़िबाकू पड़िबो हमको बुझिबाकू पड़िबो
Definitely.
We need to read in order to write, but there is also another important route to writing, and I would say it is translating. Now, why I say this, it is on the strength of my recent experience as a translator. I was not translating before. I prided myself on being a critic of literature. But after my retirement, I became a translator, which means after 60, I was reborn as a translator. And I remembered a very important statement that our great Odia poet who writes in English, Jayanta Mahapatra, used to say all the time, that before he became a poet in English, before he wrote poetry in English, he translated Odia poems. He translated Odia short stories. In fact, Jayanta Mahapatra was the first writer who translated about 7 to 8 stories by Fakir Mohan Senapati. I have myself read in Illustrated Weekly of India his translation of Dakamunsi, the famous Odia short story. Now, Jayanta Mahapatra, in every literary interview, literary festival, every literary conclave that he goes to, he makes this statement. He emphasizes this, that you want to be a writer, in English, of course, I'm talking about English, he's a writer in English, you translate from Odia. I didn't understand this. I didn't understand the connection between these two. How can you become a writer by translating? Because by translation, you translate somebody else's writing. But then, after I became a translator myself, I realized that translation is a very creative art. That you translate, whether it is translating English into Odia or Bengali into Odia, or vice versa. You translate and you are faced with choices. You are faced with choices. That is the beautiful thing about translation. You just don't mechanically find equivalent words from one language into another language, but you try to reconstruct a sentence. You try to interpret and reconstruct. So for students of the school, I would recommend that translating is a very good exercise. If you want to write in Odia, try to translate from a language that you know, Hindi or Bengali or English, into Odia. If you want to write in English, translate from Odia into English. This is also very, very important and very necessary.
এই আবশ্যকতাটা দুইটা কথা ଆପଣ ঠিক କହିଲେ ସାର୍ ଦୁଇଟି କଥା ହବ ପ୍ରଥମ କଥା ହଉଛି ଯାହାକୁ ଆମେ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟ କରିବା ତାକୁ ପଢିବା ତେଣୁ ପଢିବା ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ସୁଯୋଗ ତିଆରି ହେଲା ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେସନ କଲା ବେଳେ 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 ଗୋଟେ ଗୋଟେ ଶବ୍ଦ ତାର ପ୍ରତିଶବ୍ଦ ଯୋଉ ଗୁଡାକ ଆମ ଭାଷାରେ ଧରନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ଇଂରାଜୀରୁ କରୁଛି ତାର ଓଡିଆଟା କଣ ମୁଁ ହଠାତ୍ ଖୋଜିକିରି ପାଇବିନି ତେଣୁ ତାର ସମଭାବାର୍ଥକ ଅର୍ଥଟିଏ ଖୋଜିବା ପାଇଁ ମୁଁ କଣ କରିବି ମୁଁ ଓଡିଆକୁ ବି ପୁଣି ପଢିବି ଓଡିଆରେ ବି ଭାବ ଖୋଜିବି ଶବ୍ଦ ଖୋଜିବି ତା ଅର୍ଥ ଇଏ ଦିଟା ଜାଗାର ଭିତରେ ମତେ ଖୋଜିବା ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ସୁଯୋଗ ମିଳିଲା ବୁଝିବା ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ସୁଯୋଗ ମିଳିଲା ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେସନର ଇଏ ଗୋଟେ ବଡ କଥା ଯୋଉଥିପାଇଁ ଆପଣ ଯୋଉ କଥା କହିଲେ ଜୟନ୍ତ ମହାପାତ୍ରଙ୍କର ସେ ଉତ୍ତରଣଟା ବି ହେଲା ଏବଂ ପ୍ରଥମେ ସେ ରିଲେସନସିପ୍ସ କୁ ନେଇକି ତ ସାରା ବିଶ୍ୱରେ ପ୍ରଖ୍ୟାତ କବି ହେଲେ ଆମ ଓଡିଆ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଗର୍ବିତ କଲେ ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ କାଳରେ ସେ ଯୋଉ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେସନ କରୁଥିଲେ ବୋଲି ଓଡିଆରୁ ଇଂଲିଶ କି ନିଜେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଓଡିଆରେ ଲେଖିଲେ ଏବଂ ଏପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ 5-7ଟି ତାଙ୍କର କମ୍ପାଇଲେସନ ବାହାରି ସାରିଲାଣି ଆଉ ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କଥା ମୋର ମନେ ପଡିଲା ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଆମେ ଅନ୍ୟକୁ ପଢିବା କି ନିଜର ଭାଷାକୁ ମାନେ ଏକ୍ସପ୍ରେସନ କୁ ଆହୁରି ଷ୍ଟ୍ରଙ୍ଗ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ କଥା ଆମର ଆଲୋଚନା ଚାଲିଥିଲା ଲେଖିବା ପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ଲେଖିବା ପାଇଁ ଅନ୍ୟକୁ ପଢିବା ଦରକାର କି ପଢିବାଟା ଦି ପ୍ରକାର ହୁଏ ପଢିବାଟା ଖାଲି ଆଖିରେ ପଢାଯାଏନି ବହୁତ ବାଟରେ ପଢାଯାଏ ଆଖିରେ ପଢୁ ଆମେ ଅକ୍ଷରକୁ କାନରେ ବି ପଢୁ ଅସୀମ ବାବୁ ଗୀତ ଗାଉନଥିଲେ କି ସେଟା ପଢା ହେଲାନି କି ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରକାର ନାଇଁ କି କାନରେ ପଢୁନି ଆରେ ପଢୁନା ନାଇଁ
We have audio books also.
ସେଇଥିପାଇଁ ତମମାନଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ତମମାନେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଆଉ ବିଶେଷ ବହି ପଢିବା ପାଇଁ ଆଗ୍ରହ ପ୍ରକାଶ କରୁନ ସାରା ବିଶ୍ୱରେ ଏବେ ଅଡିଓ ବୁକ୍ସ ମୋର ପ୍ରଚଳନ ହେଲାନି ସେ ଅଡିଓ ବୁକ୍ସ ଆମର କୋଉ କାଳୁ ହେଇଛି ମାନେ ବେଦ ଯେବେଠୁ ଥିଲା ସେବେଠୁ ହେଇଛି ବେଦକୁ ଶ୍ରୁତି ସେଇଥିପାଇଁ କୁହାଯାଏ ତାକୁ ଶୁଣି ଶୁଣି ସମସ୍ତେ ମନେ ରଖୁଥିଲେ ଆମେ ହଠାତ୍ ଧରନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ କଣ ଗୋଟେ ଛୋଟ ପିଲାଟେ ଏ ଯୋଉ କୂଅରେ ପଡିଥିଲା ଉଦ୍ଧାର ହେଇପାରୁନଥିଲା ଯେତେବେଳେ ଉଦ୍ଧାର ହେଇଗଲା ରାହୁଲ ପରେ ମୁଁ ଶୁଣିଲି ଜଣେ କହୁଛି କଣ ଯାହାକୁ ରଖିବେ ଆନନ୍ଦ କି କରିପାରେ ବଳବନ୍ତ ଏଇଟା ସେ କୋଉଠୁ କହିଲା ତା ଭାଷାର ତା ଏକ୍ସପ୍ରେସନର ଏ କଥାଟା କୋଉଠୁ ଆସିଲା ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ ଦାସଙ୍କ ଭାଗବତରୁ ସେ ଶୁଣିଛି କୋଉଠି ଆମେ କଥାରେ କହୁଛେ ଆରେ କଣ୍ଟା ବାଡରେ ଲୁଗା ପକେଇ କାହିଁ ଗଳି କରୁଛୁ ଏଇଟା କୋଉଠୁ ଆସିଲା ଏଇଟା ବି ସେଇ ସାହିତ୍ୟରୁ ଆସିଛି ଝିମେଟି ଖେଳରୁ ମହାଭାରତ ହେଇଗଲା ଏ କଥାଟା କୋଉଠୁ ଆସିଲା ମହାଭାରତରୁ ଆସିଲା ତେଣୁ ଆମେ ଶୁଣିକିରି ଶିଖିଛୁ ଆମ ଭୋକାବୁଲାରିକୁ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରଙ୍ଗ କରିଛୁ ଆମ ଏକ୍ସପ୍ରେସନକୁ ଆହୁରି ଶାଣିତ କରିଛୁ ଆମ ଭାବନାକୁ ଆହୁରି ଶାଣିତ କରିଛୁ ଆମେ ପଢେ ବା ଶୁଣେ ବା ଦେଖେ ये सबु माध्यम रे हमको निज आखि कान नाक खोला रखिया पड़ो बाहर पवन केमिति आसीबो ताकू स्वागत करिया पई हमको खोला रखिया पड़ो आखि नाक कान.
Definitely. So, since we are running short of time, I would.
Sir wants to speak something regarding translation.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Friends, I am not here as chairman. I am here as a translator. Dr. Mahapatrango translation katha sunikiri ମୋର ହଠାତ୍ I feel inspired. କାହିଁକି ନା ସିଏ ଯୋଉ ଜୟନ୍ତ ବାବୁଙ୍କ କଥା କହିଲେ ମୋ ଜୀବନରେ ତାର ଓଲଟା କଥା ହେଇଛି. ମୁଁ ପ୍ରଥମେ 3ଟା ଇଂରେଜୀ ଉପନ୍ୟାସ ଲେଖିଲି. ପରେ ସେ ଇଂରେଜୀ ଉପନ୍ୟାସକୁ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ମୁଁ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟ କଲି. ମୁଁ ତାପରେ କିଛି ଓଡ଼ିଆରୁ ବି ଇଂଲିଶ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେସନ କରିଛି. ଇଂରେଜୀରୁ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେସନ କରିବା ସହଜ, ଓଡ଼ିଆରୁ ଇଂରେଜୀ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେସନ କରିବା କଷ୍ଟ. ଏଇ କାଲିର କଥା କହୁଛି, ଗୋଟେ ବହି ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟ କରୁଥିଲି, ଗୋଟେ ୱାର୍ଡ ପାଖରେ ମୁଁ ଅଟକିଗଲି. ସେ ୱାର୍ଡ ହଉଛି ଢିଙ୍କିସାଳ. ଢିଙ୍କିସାଳର ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଇଂରେଜୀ କ'ଣ ଭାବିଲି, କ'ଣ କହିବି? ହସ୍କିଂ ପ୍ଲେସ୍. ହସ୍କିଂ ତ ଢିଙ୍କିସାଳ ନୁହଁ. ଆଚ୍ଛା, ଏମିତି କେତେ କଥା ଆମ ପ୍ରତ୍ୟେକ ଭାଷାଟା ସେଇ ସୋସାଇଟିର ରିପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେସନ. ଯୋଉ ସୋସାଇଟି, ସେଇ ସୋସାଇଟିର ଭାବନାଟା ହେଲା ସେଇ ଭାଷା. ଆମ ସୋସାଇଟିର ଭାବନାଟା ଇଂରେଜୀ ସୋସାଇଟିକୁ ଆସିବ. ତେଣୁ ଆମର ଅନେକ କଥା ଅଛି ଯୋଉଟା ଇଂରେଜୀ ସୋସାଇଟିରେ ନାହିଁ. ଆମର ଓଡ଼ିଆ ବହି ଯୋଉଟା ପ୍ରକୃତ ଓଡ଼ିଆ, ମାନେ ଯୋଉଟା ନିଛକ ଓଡ଼ିଆ, ତାକୁ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟ କରିବା ବହୁତ କଷ୍ଟ କାମ. ଯଦିଓ ଇଂରେଜୀରୁ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟ କରିବା ଏତେ କଷ୍ଟ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଏତେ କଷ୍ଟ କାମ ନୁହେଁ. ମୁଁ ଯେହେତୁ ନିଜ ବହି ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟ କରିଛି, ମୁଁ ଅନେକ ସମୟରେ ୱାର୍ଡଟାକୁ ଚେଞ୍ଜ କରିଦିଏ. କାରଣ ମୁଁ ଜାଣେ ଯେ ମୁଁ କୋଉ ଭାବନା ନେଇକିରି ଲେଖୁଛି. କିନ୍ତୁ ଅନ୍ୟର ଯଦି ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେସନ କରିବି, ତା ଭାବନାଟା କ'ଣ ମୁଁ କେମିତି ଜାଣିବି? ତେଣୁ ଜୟନ୍ତ ବାବୁଙ୍କ କଥା ଯୋଉ କହିଲେ, ସେଇଟା ବିଷୟରେ ମୁଁ ଏକମତ ନୁହେଁ. ଜୟନ୍ତ ବାବୁ, ମୁଁ ତ କଲେଜ ପଢିଲି, ନୂଆ ନୂଆ ଅଧ୍ୟାପକ ହେଇଥିଲେ, ଫିଜିକ୍ସ ଅଧ୍ୟାପକ, ଲେଖା ଲେଖି କରୁନଥିଲେ. ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ସମୟରେ ଲେଖା ଲେଖି କଲେ ଓ କବିତା ଲେଖିଲେ ଓ ବଡ କବି ହେଲେ, ମାନେ ବହୁତ ବଡ କବି ହେଲେ. କିନ୍ତୁ କବିତା ଲେଖିବା ଆଉ ପ୍ରବନ୍ଧ, ଗଳ୍ପ, ଉପନ୍ୟାସ ଲେଖିବା ଭିନ୍ନ କଥା. କବିତା ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ସ୍ଫୁରଣ ଆସେ. ସମସ୍ତେ କବି ହେଇପାରିବେନି, ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିକିରି କବି ହେବା ପାଇଁ. ଏ ଯୋଉ କହିଦେବା ପାଇଁ, କବି ହେବା ପାଇଁ ବାସନା ମୋର ପ୍ରବଳ ଭାରିରେ ପ୍ରବଳ ଭାରି, ଖାଲି ବାସନା ହେଲେ ଜଣେ କବି ହେଇପାରିବନି. ଏଡ଼େ ବିରାଟ କାହା ପାଏ କି ଭାଷା, ହାୟରେ ତରୁଣ କବିର ଆଶା. କବିତା ଭିନ୍ନ, ପ୍ରାବନ୍ଧିକ ହବାକୁ ହେଲେ ଯୋଉ କଥାଟା କହୁଥିଲେ ପଢିବା ଦରକାର. ଯିଏ ପଢିନି ସେ ପ୍ରାବନ୍ଧିକ ହେଇପାରିବ. ଆଉ ଗଳ୍ପ ଉପନ୍ୟାସ ପାଇଁ ଅନୁଭୂତି ଦରକାର. ଯାହାର ଅନୁଭୂତି ନାହିଁ ସେ ଗଳ୍ପ ଉପନ୍ୟାସ ଲେଖିପାରିବନି. ତେଣୁ ସବୁ ଲେଖା ଏକା ପ୍ରକାର ନୁହଁ. କବିତା, ଗଳ୍ପ, ଉପନ୍ୟାସ, ପ୍ରବନ୍ଧ ସବୁ ଏକା ପ୍ରକାର ନୁହଁ. ମୁଁ ଯେତେ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କଲେ ବି କବିତା ଲେଖିପାରିବିନି. କାହିଁକି ନା ବୀଣା ଦେବୀଙ୍କର ମୋ ଉପରେ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ନାହିଁ. କବି ବିନା ପରି କେଉଁ ପାପ ଫଳେ କରୁଣା ନାହିଁ, ସେ କରୁଣା ମୋ ଉପରେ ନାହିଁ. କିନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ପ୍ରବନ୍ଧ ଲେଖିପାରିବି, କାହିଁକିନା ମୁଁ ପଢେ, ସବୁବେଳେ ପଢେ. ମୁଁ ଉପନ୍ୟାସ ଲେଖିପାରିବି, ଗଳ୍ପ ଲେଖିବି, ଲେଖେବି, କାହିଁକି ନା ମୋର ଅନୁଭୂତି ବହୁତ. ତେଣୁ ଲେଖା ଦିଗରେ କେତେ ଗୁଡେ କଥା ଅଛି, ସବୁ ଲେଖା ଏକା ନୁହଁ. ହଠାତ୍ ମୋର ଭାବନା ହେଲା ବୋଲି ଏଠିକି ଆସିଲି. So here I am an interloper. Excuse me. Thank you.
धन्यवाद सर. आपनक कथार शेष धाड़ीटी मु कहबी जो कहले एते आपण एठी आछंती जे एते कथा हेई परिबो नाही. मु कोन आपण कोन सिए कोन, सेति पई कुआ जाईची जनकर गोड़ थले से चाली परिबो, जहार गोड़ अछि से चाली परिबो, जहार हाथ अछि जे से लेखक हेई जिवो तार किछ माने नाही.
So we had a very wonderful discussion, and I must really say that we should not only translate but also read translated literature, because the Japanese writer Haruki Murakami, the Istanbul writer Orhan Pamuk, Pablo Neruda, Albert Camus never really wrote in English, but we have read their translated books, and that really inspires us. And it is also very important to try to translate from our native language, because that will give us a better hold of language. Since today's session was how to enter the world of books, we really realized that there is so much to learn from books, and books open a different world for us. There we hear the banter of a prince. We learn about sisters caring for each other. We know about lovers who have overcome impediments to meet their beloved. There is so much we learn from books. And even we get to know about wars. We witness the wars before that happened, before we were born. We get to know about the actions of the superheroes in those comic novels and all. So there is so much we get to know about books, and we should definitely enter the world of books. With this, I would like to conclude this session officially, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Dear students, we are so privileged to have such an enlightening session. May I request the panelists to kindly be seated for 5 minutes more, because two of our students, they are just waiting to present their book review. And after that, we will break for this next session. So may I request Subham Swapnil to kindly come here and present his book. Subham Swapnil.
I asked nothing from thee. I uttered not my name to thine ears. When thou tookst thy leave, I stood silent. A very good afternoon to one and all present over here. I am Shubham Swapnil Dash of Standard 12F2, going to review the book. Actually, the Nobel Prize winning book, Gitanjali, written by our national poet, Rabindranath Tagore. First of all, talking about the poet, Rabindranath Tagore is a Bengali polymath who has worked as a writer, poet, playwright, and even a social reformer. He has composed a national anthem. Talking about the book, the original Bengali version was released or published in 1910 and was later translated into English in 1912, which won him the Nobel Prize in Literature in 1913. He was the first Indian to get a Nobel Prize in Literature. You must be imagining what is so beautiful in it. It is a compilation of 103 poems. The central theme is the devotion to the Supreme Soul. Gitanjali, what does it literally mean? It means song offerings. It quite resonates with the central theme, that is the devotion. Then we talk about the language that has been used. It is quite unusual. Words like thee, thou has been used just like the archaic English, which refers to the Indian Renaissance era. The narrations have been done to the villagers, the mother, and even to the readers. But most of them include conversations, the monotonous conversations with his supreme soul or the God. The imagery that has been used is vivid and marvelous. We can have the poetic representation, the picturization of the hills, the rivers, the open sky, and the birds that fly around. We can hear the sound of the gushing river. We can feel the warmth of the kerosene lamp in the twilight evening and breathe the sweet scent of the night flowers. My perception about the poet changes a little bit when he says that he absorbs himself emotionally in a tone of surprise, which he refers to as silent amazement. As a pantheist, he would love to foreground the flow of the eternal music of his soul, which is composed by his master through the notes of silence. So to say, Gitanjali is an epitome of the manifestations of the internal speech of the poet that travels or that projects from the ethereal soul to the supreme soul, just like the Vedic chants do. Chapter-wise breakdown is a little bit more interesting. In the first 15 chapters, he has described the liveliness of the nature, starting from the buzzing of the bees to the chirping of the birds. He glorifies the creation of the Creator and feels blessed to be a part of it. He gives silent salutation as a sign of it. In chapter 16, he says that he is a seeker of the supreme soul, says that if his master stays silent, I will fill my heart with this silence and endure it. Later in chapter 19, he waits in starry night's drizzle until finally his master becomes his best friend. In chapter 22, he opens his gates forever for his master and he reaches them, talks to them just like they were friends. Later in chapter 30, he arrives with his master. He wants to devoid of any possession. The only possessiveness that he likes is for his master. He wants to give devoid of his own shadow also. Such is the sense. This is the depth of the darkness that we can feel here. Later in chapter 40, we see that the poet realizes, apart from the silence that his master creates, he can also create the wrath like the thunderstorm, the hailstorm, and the downpour. He provokes to rejuvenate the melody of silence, just like the sympathy of the mother over the wrath of her father. But in chapter 54, tragedy strikes when his master bids a farewell to him. Later on, it moves on in a sad note. And when finally in chapter 100, he says that in the tune of forever, I shall lie my feet of the harp in the silent. As a reader, I personally feel the power, the supremacy of silence in reading Gitanjali. I feel the aesthetic relish within it. And finally, I would love to say that it has a manifestation of unalloyed joy of silence. With this, I would like to sign off. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Subham. Now, I'll like to steal 2 minutes more. You would like to give a chance to Akriti. She's going to present her book. Just 2 minutes more.
शुभ अपराह्न उपस्थित महानुभाव एवं मो प्रिय सांग मानकु मोर विनम्र प्रणाम। आज मो आकृति पट्टनायक 10म श्रेणी ख विभाग छात्री आपण मानक समक्षरे एक पुस्तक समीक्षा उपस्थापन करने को जाउअछि। मनोज दास, हाँ मनोज दास, साहित्य जगतर प्रबाद पुरुष मनोज दास ओडिया और इंग्राजी भाषार जने सुप्रसिद्ध गाल्पिक और औपन्यासिक। अपूर्व तांको शब्द कला, अतुल्य तांको काव्यकृति, अप्रतिम तांको प्रज्ञा, उत्तुंग तांको सृजनशीलता एवं सर्जनार महाकाश थिले मनोज दास। तांकरी द्वारा रचित उपकथा शतक पुस्तकटी पाठ करी मु अतीव आह्लादित और प्रभावित होइछि। ए पुस्तक रे रामायण, महाभारत, पंचतंत्र, हितोपदेश, कथा सरित सागर, बौद्ध जातकर अनेक उपादेय गल्प लेखक तांकर मनमुग्धकर शैली रे उपस्थापन करिसेंती। ए पुस्तक रे गल्प गुड़िक अतीव शिक्षाप्रद, जीवनधर्मी और प्रेरणादायी। तन्मध्यरु गोटिए गल्प मु अति संक्षेप रे आपण मानक समक्षरे प्रकाश करबा को जाउअछि। गाँ मझिरे तेजराती गोटिए दोकानटिए। दोकान आगरे झंका बरगछ, गछ छाइरे गुरु शिष्य दुहे विश्राम नेइछंती। लोकटिए दोकान को गुड़ किनिबा को आसीछि। दोकानी गुड़ हांडीरु गुड़ बाहर करी लोकटी को देइछि एवं गुड़ हातटी को न धोई दोकान र कांथरे घसी देइछि। एही कथाटी गुरुंक नजर उपरे पड़िछि। गुरु तांको शिष्य को कहिचंती, चल चल ए गां को छाड़ी अन्य गां को पळेबा, कारण ए गां रे प्रलय तांडव हेबो। शिष्य पचारिछि, काहेकि गुरुजी? गुरुजी कहिचंती, काहेकि ना देख से दोकानीटी गुड़ हातटी को न धोई दोकान रो कांथरे घसी देलानी। शिष्य हला आश्चर्य, एही परी एते छोट कथा पे भला गां रे प्रलय तांडव हेबो काहेकि? देखा गला कांथरे घसा हेइथिबा गुड़रे आसी माछी बसिलेनी। माछी को खाइबा पे छात उपरे थिबा झिटिपिटिटा झटकिरी पळे आसीची। झिटिपिटी को खाइबा पे दोकानी रो पोसा बिलेइटी
आसिकी झांप मारिछि। झिटिपिटिटा बिलेई डରରେ रास्ता को पळेछि। रास्ता रे थिबा पोसा कुकुरटी बिलेई उपरे आक्रमण करिछि। एहा देखि दोकानीटी ता ओजन बट्टा को कुकुर उपरे फोपाडिछि। बट्टा माडरे कुकुर होइगला छोटा। कुकुरर मालिक आसी दोकानी सहित गाली गुलज कला, ता सांगरे कळी कला। सबु दोकानी आसी मेली होई गले एवं कुकुर मालिकर सांग साथी आसी मध्ये एकाठी होई गले। ठेंगा बाड़ी रे चलिला मारपीट। एही समय रे दोकानीर दोकान रे कियोडे निया लगे देछि। कुकुर मालिक घरे जाई प्रतिपक्ष लोक मध्ये निया लगे देछंती। एई सबुथिरे गाँ हुतु हुतु होई जळिबाकू लागिला। एही समय रे गुरु शिष्य दुहे गाँ मुंडरे थिबा गछ तळे छिडा होई गाँ रो ध्वंसर तांडव लीला देखुचंती। एही गल्परु आमे एहा सिखु जे किपरि गोटिए छोटिया त्रुटिर मध्य एते बड़ भयंकर परिणाम होई परिबो। तेणु छोट कार्य हेले मध्य ताकू अति सतर्कतारे निज खुशी रे करिबा कथा एवं आरंभटी ठीक भावरे ठीक उद्देश्य पे हेले से आपन को केते आगो को नहीं जाई परिबो। एही पुस्तक रे एही परी छोटिया छोटिया 100टी गल्प अछि। तेणु मु आशा करे आपण माने मध्य मनोज दास करो उपकथा शतक बहिटी को संग्रह करी तार मजा नेबे एवं बहुत शिक्षा लाभ करिवे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. Now it's time to felicitate our panel members. May I now request Reverend Chairman Sir, Sri Sarath Chandra Misra, Sri Madan Mohan Panda, our Reverend Director, Dr. K.C. Satpathy to kindly join us on stage and felicitate our panelists.
सार माने स्टेज को आसिया पूर्वरु सार मान तो आसुचंती मो खाली शेष कथाटी कहबी गोटे रिक्वेस्ट करिवि। हमर विषय सार आसंता हमर विषय थिला जे बहिर पृथ्वी भितर पिला माने केमिति पसिबे, पिला माने पसिबे नहले तांको पुरेबा को पड़िबो। बाड़ खूब जोर चारियारे बाड़ अछि, तेणु तमे जदि पसिबो तमे बाड़ भांगी करी पसिबो, नहले तुमको जदि पुरेबे तुम गार्डियन माने नेगिरी तुम पड़िया चरेबे, किंतु पशिबा को पड़िबो। सेहित पई मु शेष रे गोटिए रिक्वेस्ट करिवि, जो गार्डियन माने अछंती छुआर जन्मदिन रे एणिकी जो केक जेतिकी टंका रे आणुचंती ता अधा दाम रे छोटो केक टे आनी अवशिष्ट पैसा रे गोटे बही आनी पिला को बर्थडे गिफ्ट दियंतु। एवं पिला माने तमे माने भी घरे मागो जे बाबा माँ बा डैडी मम्मी मो बर्थडे रे मोर आ किछि दरकार नै, मते गोटे भल बही आनी के दियो। एतिकी आरंभ हो, आमे अंतत निज निज क्षेत्र रे एतिकी रे आरंभ करि परिबा। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Now may I request Madam Principal in charge to kindly felicitate all our guests today. Here we are offering an Otaria, a plant, also a school magazine, which is the reflection of all the literary activities of our children. We are so privileged to listen such a eminent speakers. Again, a round of applause for all our panel members. Thank you so much. Now we will move for the break. Dear children, you all keep sitting for the next instruction. I'd like to request all our guest speakers, invitees to kindly proceed for the lunch. about their work. And first of all, I take this opportunity to call upon Ahan Patnaik Sahu of Standard 5th, who has already written a book, already an author. So before he introduces us about his book, and I would like to request our technical team to play a video clip which Ahan has actually recorded. So Ahan, you take your seat till the time we see your video clip.
Hello everyone, I am Ahan Patnaik Sahu, a student of class 5E, DAV Public School, Chandrasekharpur. I like writing stories. My mother is a writer and I got the inspiration to write on seeing her write. During the first phase of COVID lockdown, I wrote a lot of stories. My parents encouraged me and my first book was published, When You Try, You Can Fly. It's a collection of moral stories. I got appreciated by India Book of Records for the book. Now my second book is ready and will be published soon. It is a collection of historical and mythological stories. I thank my family, teachers and my friends for always encouraging me. Thank you.
So here is Ahan. Ahan, now you can just show us your book. Ahan, please show us your book and say a few lines. Sir, give him the mic. So here's his book, Ahan. Okay. Ahan, would you like to speak a few words?
Hello everyone, I am Ahan and now I am going to read a story from my storybook. When you try, you can fly. I am going to read the story Mango Days. There was a mango tree in a school. It was the season of summer. Mangoes were all over the tree and they were growing big every day. After some days, the mangoes became yellow. They were ripe now. The students wanted to eat the mangoes, but they could not pluck the fruits from the tree. They were not allowed to disturb the trees in the school premises, either for fruits or flowers. Knowing the desire of the children, the principal asked the teachers to give the students one mango a day during the lunch break. Give them a mango each day, but ask them to keep the seed with them. They should not throw away the seeds, he said. The teacher gave the students the mangoes to eat. The children relished the mangoes, but kept the seeds with them. This became a daily routine. After some days, the mangoes in the tree were over. The children were sad. They needed to wait for the next summer to eat the mangoes again. Seeing this, the principal said, "Children, you enjoyed the mangoes. Now plant the seeds so that we will have more mango trees in the school and there will be more mangoes for all." The students happily planted the seeds and watered them. They waited for the plants to grow. They named the summer days as the mango days. The moral of this story is we should plant trees and not just only eat the fruits. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ahan. Right. You can take a seat. So it certainly requires confidence to be here and present the book before such an august audience. So round of applause again for Ahan. All right. I'd like to request Anushka Panda, who has just recently launched her book. So Anushka, quickly. Anushka, you just read your book. No need of playing that. So here is the book, and Anushka is your.
नमस्कार, मैं अनुष्का पंडा, पुस्तक अपना की लेखिका आज आप सबके समक्ष इसी पुस्तक में से अपनी एक स्वरचित कविता पेश करने जा रही हूँ। कविता का शीर्षक है बचपन की यादें और कविता कुछ इस प्रकार है। वो पल भी क्या पल थे जब मैं छोटी थी, सब मेरा मन सहलाते थे, मुझे अपने दिल में रखते थे। घर की राजकुमारी थी मैं, सबकी रानी भी थी मैं। घर की राजकुमारी थी मैं, सबकी रानी भी थी मैं। अपने माँ बाप की आंखों का तारा, प्यारी दुलारी, सबसे न्यारी थी मैं। ना कोई दर्द, ना कोई चोट, ना कोई तकलीफ, ना कोई परेशानी। जिंदगी तो देती थी मुझे यारों 21 तोपों की सलामी। देखते ही देखते समय चला गया, बचपना भी चला गया, लेकिन बचपन की यादें नहीं गए, दिल में अपना जगह ढूंढ लिए। धीरे धीरे मैं बड़ी हो गई, बचपन की सारी यादें रह गई। अब जब बैठी हूँ मैं कहने अपने बचपन की बात, तो कहाँ खत्म होती है मेरी ये जज्बात। शुक्रिया।
Thank you, Anushka. Now I'd like to request Abhipsa Pati of Standard 12 Science to come forward and present her book. We'll go directly, and she's going to present the book. All right. Yes, Abhipsa, come here.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Abhipsha, and I'm here to recite one of my poems from the book, One Night. It's one of those nights where I feel it all, yet the tears can't seem to snake the fall. All that's left are thoughts racing back and forth, erasing all awareness or sign of self-worth. Numb and silent, I lay here in pain of my own mind, continuing the never-ending game. Fairness or foul play, it's hard to say, but I know that I'm tired of feeling like I'm running the wrong way. Thank you.
And I'd like to request Arpita from 12th Humanities to present her poetry.
A very hearty good afternoon to everyone present over here. I'm R. Arpita, the author of the book, The Adventure of Our Life. And today, I'm going to recite one of my poems from my book. Our life is full of thorns. Nobody knows what will happen. Always success brings happiness and failure brings pain. Life is too short, but you have to make it adorable. Enjoy it as possibly you can. Otherwise, will burst like a water bubble. Many inscrutable challenges are there. Never get afraid of it. Face it with full confidence and sure you will win it. Our life is full of agony. Just feel the beauty of it. Always go to its positive side. Successfully and happily completed. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you so much. May I request Ahan, Anushka, Abhipsa, and our Arpita to kindly be on stage. And may I request our revered Honor Principal, Sir Dr. K.C. Satpathy, and our chairman, sir, Mr. Madan Mohan Panda, to kindly be on stage to felicitate these budding authors. May I also request guest dignitaries to kindly be on stage to felicitate our budding authors. So it will be nice if you could join us. Dr. Sarath Chandrasekharpur to please join us. Here we are stating our budding authors. Thank you so much, sir. You kindly take your seats. Okay. All right, Jyoti ma'am, please take over.
Namaskar and good afternoon to all. We all are here, and what one could ask more for than doing the felicitation of our prize winners. Many literary competitions were held this year, like debates, essay writing, poem writing competitions. For that, this special day, what more better than this special day to give away the prizes? So I would like to call Dr. Himanshu Mahapatra, sir, to kindly come up on the stage and do the honors to our children. Sir, kindly.